Welcome everyone to Berserk League. We've got Mist and Ignis facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Ignis owns the history here with a substantial lead in their lifetime head-to-head matchups. It's interesting to see him starting slow today, given how often he's beaten Mist in the past. I wonder if he can reverse the trend early. Ignis is just too quick from that window, picking up a second straight round here. He's really looking for a bounce back after those two losses earlier. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange to even the score. Mist is really fighting the uphill battle today. Mist is playing these angles perfectly right now, taking total control of the map from that ramp. He's completely in control from the ramp, picking up his third straight round. The lower ranked player is really putting on a show here. Unreal. He was almost out of it, but he managed to outlast the struggle and close out another one. He's really defying the history of these two matchups today. Ignis is showing some real grit here, shutting that run down with a sharp response. The favorite is finally starting to show some teeth. Mist has managed to stay consistent despite a rough stretch in the last day. He's already tasting success against Ignis earlier this week, so this lead doesn't seem out of place. We just need to see if he can maintain this composure. He simply denies him from the window, extending this a huge lead heading into the break. He's simply too sharp right now. We're looking at 9-3 in favor of Mist. Nobody expected this much pressure from the underdog. He's completely disregarding the fact that Ignis holds a 60% head-to-head win rate over him. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis holds his ground on the toolbox, finally putting a stop to that momentum. He's been leading on a rough stretch in his last 10 games. Mist is just too fast today, catching Ignis right in the window for a very quick victory. Mist is absolutely dominating with a commanding 10-5 lead. The higher rated player is fighting for some ground here. That was an instant reaction. He's really making this a one-sided affair. Ignis looks much more comfortable now, using that window to keep himself in the game. He's certainly not playing like the 29 ranked player today. A gritty battle of attrition, but Mist secures the trade and moves into a position to close this out. And there it is. He shuts the door on the series with a huge final play. He's just gone on a tear lately, a huge statement win here to completely flip the script on their rivalry. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Aster and Ignis are ready to face off on orange to see who takes the win. Aster is really the heavy hitter here with a 73% win rate on this specific map. It's clear he's usually the one in control, especially since he already took a match off Ignis earlier today. We'll see if that historical edge helps him shake off this early loss. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a commanding lead early. He just won't stop. That's a 4-round surge for the leader. The higher rated player is looking completely lost out there. Aster gets the edge in that exchange and finally puts a stop to the onslaught. He is clearly in a better groove than we saw in those first 4. Ignis is just cruising now with a massive 5-1 lead. The number 30 seed is really showing no fear tonight. Aster is sitting on a really strong 25-10 record today. It's just surprising to see him struggle this much, given how he's performed in his other matches. He's going to need a serious spark to get back into this game. Ignis is practically untouchable with a 7-2 lead.
Ignis looks much more confident after that rough series against Mist.
These last 2 rounds were over in a flash. Ignis is putting immense pressure on Aster right now. Ignis is now just a few steps from glory at 8-3. He is clearly the stronger player overall on the ladder. Ignis heads into the break with a 4-8 lead. The slight favorite is definitely taking advantage of his momentum right now. Aster needs to step up if he wants to turn this around. Let's see if the momentum holds. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to take the round, clinging on with just 2 health. The gap is closing quickly after that miracle survival. He is refusing to go away, claiming another round to keep the pressure on. It's becoming a completely different game than we expected. He's gained a frightening amount of steam, outlasting his opponent in another gritty fight. Pure chaos now as the momentum has completely shifted. Ignis quickly regains his footing, securing a key win to stay ahead. Just a stark contrast to the losses he suffered against Mist. He looks completely sharp right now, refusing to let this match slip away. The high seed is fighting for every single digit now. Ignis maintains a tight 2-round lead at 10-8. He's Vreman proving how dangerous he can be despite that lower seed. A completely clean sequence as the underdog continues to climb back into this series. What a turnaround! He has fought his way back to an even scoreline. He's really fighting back to earn that favorite status today. He's completely taken over now, securing a 3rd straight point to seize a slim lead. He's completely unstoppable right now, putting himself just 1 victory away from a stunning turnaround. A total shutdown of the round, preventing the favorite from closing this out right now. The timing on that shot was nearly instant. Incredible! Aster completes the most stunning climb of the night to close out the series. I can't believe how close this actually stayed after that second half collapse. Ignis gave everything he had today. He really pushed him. What a fight! Welcome to Italy! We've got Mist and Aster stepping up for this duel, with the top-seeded Aster looking very strong. Aster leads the all-time head-to-head with 257 wins. It's clear he has a massive psychological edge in this rivalry. Since he also won their most recent encounter, he's looking to build a real cushion early on. Aster's just cruising through this, taking a commanding 2-0 lead. He's simply operating on another level right now. A grueling exchange this time, but he survives the firefight to keep the streak alive. The top seed is really showing that rating gap right now. A quick reaction there, and he puts a stop to that momentum, cutting the deficit to 2. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 4-1. His recent form is absolutely terrifying, boasting an 8-win streak. Aster is practically untouchable, now sitting on a 5-1 lead. He's definitely playing like the 7th best man in the league. Mist has a 47% win rate overall, showing he's capable of grinding out a result even in tough spots. I mean, we've seen him hold his own in this series so far, he just needs to keep this pace if he wants to flip the script on the favorite. Aster is just dominant, extending his grip to 6-3. That was an incredibly crisp shot to get him back in this. Absolute chaos in that encounter, but he manages to claw back another round. Aster still holds the upper hand at 7-4. He puts an immediate stop to that mini run. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is exactly what you'd expect given his 66% win rate on Italy. Mist is fighting hard, but he's struggling to keep up with the pace. Let's see how the reset feels. What a scramble! Both players were trading heavy damage, but Aster barely escapes with his life. That was an incredibly tight exchange to bring us to this point. Aster is just pulling away now, leading 9-5. He's looking sharp after that recent victory against Ignis. Mist hangs in there, but it's 6-9 for Aster. He's definitely having a tougher day with a 14-21 record so far. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, moving a huge step closer to closing this out. The gap is wide open now, and Aster looks completely in control of the map. He has a really commanding 26-9 record today. He shuts down that little rally in a heartbeat, and now he's just one more win away from the victory. A huge stop there by Mist, denying the immediate victory. Finally gets some breathing room before the final push. And there it is. Aster closes the deal with a final burst to claim the victory. He's really finding his groove today, just continuing a stellar run of form across the board. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Ignis face off on Mappas, with Ignis entering this match as the favorite. Ignis historically dominates this pairing, having won 60% of their matchups over time. It's clear he wants to reclaim the upper hand here after dropping his last two encounters with Mist. I wonder if he can maintain this pace. Ignis is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A blistering reflex play to keep things tight. Mist has completely flipped the script here, turning a deficit into a lead in just 2 rounds. The momentum has completely shifted since their last meeting. Absolute control now, as he manages to keep the pressure on with the 3rd straight victory. The momentum feels identical to that 13-6 result from earlier today. Ignis answers back immediately to bring the score level. Ignis takes a narrow lead, edging ahead 4-3. He's really trying to shake off those recent losses to Aster. Mist puts that one away from the ramp to bring us right back to a deadlock. Both players are really struggling to find their footing today. Mist holds the edge now, leading 5-4. Ignis has really struggled to find the win column lately. Both players were trading heavy damage there, but he survives the exchange to keep the streak alive. Ignis secures a clean headshot to close the gap before the break. Both are struggling today with their combined win total sitting at 27. We're all square at 6 apiece, and honestly this is far closer than anyone predicted. Mist is playing like he's completely forgotten about the historical gap between them. Side swap clean. Mist grabs the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. Ignis is having a rough run with 13 wins across his 23 games today. Mist has really found his stride today, having already won 2 matches against Ignis in the last day. It's creating a completely different dynamic since he's managed to outplay him in both of those encounters. Now we have to see if Ignis can finally break this pattern. Ignis really liked that ramp positioning, giving him a clear window to put another round on the board. It's an impressive recovery considering how poorly he's played today. Mist pulls ahead by a single point right now. That was an incredibly quick trade for the round lead. Deadlocked at 9 all. This is a total stalemate. That was a lightning fast trade to lock it back up. Ignis is starting to stack up the wins and the pressure is really mounting for Mist now. We're headed for overtime with Mist and Ignis tied. Neither player has really looked comfortable in their last few matches. Mist is simply too fast right now, cleaning him right off those boxes. He's really capitalizing on his rival's struggle today. Unreal. A desperate scramble there, but he barely walks away from that brawl to reach match point. He's practically stealing this victory from under him. What a way to close it out! He is completely untouchable today, taking the series with an effortless final burst. He's really cementing himself as a nightmare for the veteran today, moving his head-to-head record forward. That's a huge result. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Aster and Ignis facing off today, with the favorite looking for another dominant victory. Aster has a historical win rate of 68% across more than 2,000 matches. You know, that kind of experience really shows when you look at how easily he's starting this set. Now we just have to see if Ignis can force him into a slower pace. Ignis just can't be shaken right now, picking up another quick round to take control. Really impressive to see this coming off a 5-game skid. The tide has completely turned as he secures another point to maintain this run. Ignis is really defying the odds in this set. Unbelievable, he barely clings to life, surviving that trade with a tiny sliver of health to keep the streak alive. Shattering the expectations for this encounter. Aster responds with a strong play, refusing to let his opponent run away with the set. The high seed is finally starting to fight back. Ignis is really turning the tide in their head-to-head history, and honestly he's putting a lot of pressure on Aster to prove his rating belongs where it is. The gap between them is quite significant on the ladder, but that isn't showing in the score right now. Ignis holds a commanding lead at 6-3. He's really shaking off that tough run of losses lately. Ignis is simply too fast right now, shutting down the vertical play and catching Aster right as he stepped up. Ignis just pushes his lead to 7-4. It is becoming a very tough day for him with that 13-23 record. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead coming into the break. Well, this is a massive shock given Aster's higher rank. He is taking full advantage of the situation right now to push for a big lead. Let's see if Aster wakes up. Aster finds a spark to bring it to 5-8. The 7th ranked player is finally starting to assert his authority. Ignis is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-5. The underdog is really finding a way to keep the pressure on. Ignis is just too sharp, picking him right off the box to further widen that gap. This is a complete reversal of their usual history together. He puts a stop to that sudden momentum shift and gets back into a flow. Just an hour ago, these two were fighting on Blame Orange. What a statement! He completely wipes out that brief rally to put himself just a single round away from victory. Game over. Ignis closes the door and seals a spectacular victory. He really stepped up today and completely flipped the script on his opponent's dominant form. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Mist and Aster are ready to go, though the favorite will face a tough test today. What a scramble! Aster just barely survives that exchange, knocking Mist off the ramp by a hair. Mist is really playing his heart out early on, holding his own against a top 10 opponent. Aster has owned this particular rivalry with a 70% win rate over a huge sample size, and honestly, that historical dominance seems to be weighing on Mist right now. It will be interesting to see if he can actually flip the script this time. Mist is really picking up steam now, and he looks dangerous fighting from the ramp. Aster shuts that down quickly, reacting just in time to catch Mist on the ramp. He's looking very consistent after a decent 25 and 10 today. Mist is really capitalizing on the aggression here, sliding right under Aster while he was perched on the ramp. Mist holds a strong 2-round lead as we hit 8. This is a massive swing given the gap in their ratings. Aster is fighting back, catching Mist out of position on the ramp to keep this set close. Aster has spent the last 24 hours looking sharp with a 25-10 record, and honestly that's why this current deficit is such a shock. He really needs to find some stability if he wants to keep this from sliding away. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know he's really leaning into his role as the favorite here. Aster should have a path back since he usually wins 70% of their matchups. Let's see if Aster adjusts. He's starting to close the gap, taking that round without taking any damage. The higher seed is finally finding some answers. Mist is really putting on a clinic with the roll timings, quickly punishing Aster from the ramp. Mist is putting on a serious push, making quick work of Aster as he stepped off the ramp. The pressure is clearly mounting for the higher seed. That was an effortless win for Aster, showing great poise to keep this contest alive. That's a clean stop for the momentum shift. He manages to pick him off the ramp, showing some real grit to claw back into this. He's clearly found his confidence again. The momentum is swinging wildly at this point. Mist keeps a 2-point cushion as we move forward. Seeing this level of play from the 31st seed is a real statement. Aster is simply refusing to go away, shutting the door on this exchange without taking a single hit. Aster has completely leveled the playing field using his height advantage on the ramp to bring the score back to 10 apiece. Unreal. He barely scrapes by with just 12 health, extending his run to 3 straight. Mist looks rattled after that near miss. A lightning fast response from Mist to bring the series back to a deadlock. Mist wipes the floor with him from the ramp, putting himself in a position to close this out. The momentum has shifted completely back to the underdog. Absolute ice in his veins. Aster forces the draw and pushes this entire battle into overtime. Just an absolute blink of an eye for Mist to take that one. He's putting on a massive performance today against a high-tier opponent. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, quickly securing a 2-round lead in this overtime stretch. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, moving one step closer to the finish line. He's just completely taken over the server. What a finish! Mist outlasts him in the final exchange to seal the deal and claim the victory. He really dug deep to overcome that massive head-to-head deficit in overtime. This is a huge statement win against one of the top 10. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Mist and Ignis are facing off today, with the favorite Ignis looking for another strong victory. Ignis historically owns this matchup with a 60% win rate over a massive sample size. It's clear he's leaning into that confidence right now. The real question is whether Mist can flip the script today. Mist is playing this perfectly, taking a huge advantage of that high ground to even things up. A really tight exchange that completely resets the board. Ignis holds a narrow 2-1 lead as we reset. He's looking sharp after that convincing 13-5 win over Aster earlier. Ignis is just too quick right now, picking Mist right off the box to keep the pressure on. Mist is keeping this incredibly close, fighting back with a strong play from the top. These two are nearly identical on the ladder right now. Ignis is extending his lead to 4-2 right now. Mist manages to clear that Tetris spot to keep the pressure high on Ignis. He's definitely feeling that earlier win on Mepas right now. Mist is on a roll now, utilizing that height advantage to take full control of the momentum. A total shutdown of the opposition, extending the streak to 3. Ignis puts a quick stop to that momentum, bringing us back to a deadlock. Ignis is on fire, quickly shutting down Mist's attempt to play from the high ground. They're separated by only 2 points on the ladder. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, Mist is playing way above his head today. He's completely erased the gap between him and the favorite to keep this game wide open. Time to see who blinks first. Mist barely edges ahead, taking a narrow one-round lead. He's really starting to look like the stronger side today. Another tiebreaker, and we're completely deadlocked at 7 apiece. The gap between these two on the ladder is basically non-existent. Ignis is starting to pull away, really capitalizing on his momentum to build a lead. He's managed to claw back just like he did against Esther. Ignis is simply too strong right now, picking him off the box for another straight win. Unreal. He barely survives that brutal exchange to claw back into this game. A huge swing in confidence for the guy currently sitting at rank 30. Absolute chaos. He barely walks away from that shootout with a sliver of health left. A very active day for the favorite so far. Ignis is really pulling ahead here, and that gap is starting to look like a mountain for Mist to climb. He's had a long day in the arena with 36 games already. Absolutely effortless. He looks unstoppable as he puts himself on the verge of victory. The pressure is clearly weighing on the underdog right now. Unbelievable. He survives a total war from the Tetris by a mere sliver of health. Pure grit to pull that one out with practically nothing left. What a way to respond. He's keeping the dream alive by shutting that down completely. He's on fire now, using the Tetris height to secure another victory. Looking like a brand new series of matches for the underdog. Game over. Ignis shuts it down right now, taking the victory with a flawless final play. Mist put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't close out those last few rounds. He really pushed him to the limit today. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Ignis facing off on Italy, with the top-seeded favorite looking for a win. Aster holds a massive lead in their long-term head-to-head, but it's hard to ignore that Ignis has taken their last 3 meetings. Now the question is whether the rating gap actually matters in this specific rivalry. Ignis keeps the heat up, leading 2-1. That's another tough look for the seed leader today. Ignis is really putting on a clinic right now, putting a lot of pressure on the higher ranked player. Absolutely lightning fast. He just can't find a way to stop this momentum. Aster shows some grit here, digging in and refusing to let this game slip away. He's still the higher rated player on the board, regardless of the score. Aster enters this series with a strong 68% all-time win rate. And honestly, it's a stark contrast to how he's actually playing right now. He's struggling to convert that historical superiority into a lead today. Unreal! That was a complete war of attrition, and he barely walked away alive. Ignis is continuing to play the role of spoiler here. Ignis is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 6-3. Ignis is really starting to stretch this lead. Aster just couldn't find the answer for that push up to the wine. Ignis is just running away with this, 8-3. He's really showing a new level of confidence today. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. You know, he's simply doing exactly what people expected from him today. He's proving that he can hold his own regardless of those rankings. Time to see if Aster adapts. Aster clawed back 1, but Ignis still owns the 8-5 lead. He's really trying to shake off those tough losses from earlier today. Ignis is practically cruising at 9-5 right now. It's a bit of a nightmare scenario for the top 10 seed. We're seeing a lot of trading lately. Aster is definitely starting to close the gap. That 9th rank is starting to show some authority. Ignis is just relentless, pulling ahead to a 10-6 lead. It's a tough day at the office for the 9th seed. Ignis is firmly in control at 10-7. It's a tough stretch for him after that loss to Mist earlier. Ignis is just a few steps away from closing this out, and the pressure is really starting to mount for Aster. A totally effortless play there, leaving Ignis just 1 round away from victory. Game over. Ignis secures the final blow to close out the series. It's a rough way to end the day for that 9th seed. He really just couldn't keep up with that pace today. Welcome to the red line map. We have Mist and Aster facing off to see who takes the match today. Aster really owns the historical head-to-head with a 70% win rate against Mist. He's feeling the pressure today after a few straight losses. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake that off and start clawing back. Aster is holding a slim lead going into the next. Expected from a top quartile talent like him. He's completely taking control of the pace now, moving his lead to 3 rounds. He's certainly playing like the heavy favorite right now. He secures another win from the ramp, extending his lead to 4 rounds. He's really making the most of that rating advantage. Mist is showing some real grit here, cutting the deficit back to 2. He's finally starting to find some confidence in the server. Aster's 24-11 run over the last day shows he's in a much better spot than he was earlier. It's a big contrast to how he's been struggling in his other recent matches. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite here. Aster is still comfortably ahead at 6-3. He's definitely showing why he sits at number 10 on the ladder. Aster is really putting the pressure on here, closing out these encounters incredibly quickly. What a scrap! That was a total war of attrition and Aster barely edges it out with the final shot. He really has a knack for surviving these nail biters. We go into the break with Aster leading 9-3. And right now the underdog is putting on a real show. He's completely outclassing Mist, making a huge push for a potential upset. Let's see if Mist wakes up. Aster just keeps on piling them up, this time taking the duel from the ramp. He looks much more composed than he did in that loss on fast aim. Mist puts an end to that streak by shutting down Aster's attempt from the ramp. He's certainly fought harder this time than in that earlier loss on fast aim. Aster is practically untouchable right now, barely giving Mist any room to breathe. Unbelievable. He clings to life with a tiny sliver of health to put himself on match point. Absolute nerves of steel to pull that off with such a tiny health pool. What a way to close it out. A perfect final shot secures the match for Aster. It's just way too much of a skill gap today. He really proved he's the superior player on this map. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. Let's see if Mist can pull off an upset against the favorite Ignis. Ignis has held the upper hand in nearly 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's a significant lead that usually means he's the more reliable player in this rivalry. Let's see if Mist can use this early lead to finally shift that history. Mist is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Ignis was coming in with quite a bit of confidence after that 3-game run. Ignis had the better read there, cleaning up Mist right off the box to even things up. Both guys are mirroring each other's map win rates perfectly. Ignis surges ahead, taking a commanding 3-2 lead. He's continuing that dominance after their previous encounter. We are completely deadlocked at 3-all. Both of these players have similar win rates on the map. Unbelievable! He just barely clutched that out after both of them took a massive amount of damage. A total stalemate as Mist and Ignis sit tied. Mist is looking to flip the script after that narrow loss on Blame map. Ignis edges it out, barely holding a 5-4 lead. That's another result adding to his superior head-to-head record. Both of these players are trading blows, and it's getting harder and harder to tell who has the edge here. Ignis pulls slightly ahead, now leading 6-5. He's clearly feeling the momentum from that 13-7 victory over Esther earlier. Ignis goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as predicted so far. He's using that superior experience to stay in control of the pace. Time to switch sides. Ignis is just seeing everything right now, taking that win from the high ground. That's another result where the favorite is showing their class. Absolute chaos in that trade, and somehow he walks away with a mere 2 HP left. That is simply a miracle of a survival. Ignis has generally kept his edge in this rivalry with that 60% lifetime success rate, but we're seeing Mist put up a real fight today. He's trying to prove that his current form can outweigh the historical odds. What a scramble! Mist survives by a literal thread to keep this series alive. Mist is fighting hard to shake off those recent losses. The gap is starting to widen now. Mist really needs to find a way to string a few rounds together. What a desperate fight. He barely edges it out after a brutal back and forth exchange. He's having a tough day at the office, coming off a poor 15-21 scrap. What a scrap! He claws his way to another victory, showing real grit in this series. He is absolutely refusing to back down right now. Ignis gets the upper hand in that exchange, putting himself just one step away from victory. He is certainly playing to his seat in this pairing. Game over. Ignis shuts the door right there to secure the series. He's really solidifying his place as the dominant force in this matchup. Mist played his heart out but just couldn't find that closing push. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Aster and Ignis stepping up today to see who comes out on top. Aster has dominated the head-to-head series with a 200-138 lead, and honestly, this early lead is a great sign given his huge advantage on this particular map. It'll be interesting to see if he can translate that history into a clean win today. Unbelievable speed from Aster, shutting down any hope of a comeback with that lightning strike. He's simply too fast right now, moving to a perfect 4-0 start. Ignis is hoping to bring back the form he showed on Italy. The pressure is mounting as Aster manages to edge out another duel to keep the streak alive. That top 10 placement is really starting to show. Absolute perfection from him as soon as the round started, extending the streak to 6. Ignis finally gets his first point on the board. He needs to keep this energy to close the gap against the 9th ranked player. Ignis is currently on a 4-match winning streak. It's clear he's carrying that momentum back into this series. We saw him take a convincing victory against Aster in their previous encounter. So the underdog is definitely feeling confident here. He is on fire now, continuing this fierce rally with another clean round. The tide has completely turned in this series. He refuses to let up, digging deep to secure a 5th consecutive round. It's an incredible shift from what the oddsmakers expected today. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, this is wildly unpredictable. We expected a more one-sided affair, but these mirror image win streaks have completely neutralized the pre-match projection. Fresh start for both. Aster pulls ahead once more, claiming a narrow 7-6 lead. He's certainly leaning on that 68% all-time win rate to keep things steady. What a response! He just completely shut that down to even things up. It's almost a complete reversal of what the experts predicted. Ignis stays aggressive and completely wipes out that mini run to take an 8-7 lead. Aster strikes back, locking things up at 8-all. It's essentially a coin flip now, given the current state. What a scrap! Both players were barely hanging on, but Ignis just refused to drop, barely surviving that exchange. Talk about a nail-biter, just enough left to secure the win. He's keeping the pressure on, securing another point to strengthen his hold on this series. It is becoming quite an uphill battle for the favorite. Goodness, that was an absolute war of attrition. Ignis manages to scramble across the finish line with almost nothing left. Aster is digging in his heels, refusing to go quietly as he closes the gap to 2. He can't let this slip after those dominant recent appearances. He's finding another gear, keeping his composure to bring this game right back into contention. The momentum is swinging wildly in this series. Unreal, he's completely erased that deficit to bring everything level. Absolute deadlock for the final 2 maps. He's simply not letting up, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. Ignis really needs to find a way to break his rhythm. What a finish! He storms back from that early deficit to secure the series victory. He really pushed it to the limit, but just couldn't close out those last few rounds. He played a great series, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Mist and Esther facing off, with Esther entering this one as the clear favorite. Aster has basically owned this rivalry with 259 total wins over Mist, and seeing that historical dominance continue into today makes a lot of sense given how the two players are currently performing. I wonder if Mist can actually find an answer here. Aster keeps the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's coming into this one having already dominated a previous set today. Aster is really putting a grip on this series, just continuing a very strong start. Aster just deletes him right off the box to make it a 3-round burst. Everything about this set points toward the higher rated player right now. Mist finds another opening from the Tetris, proving he's not going down without a fight. It's a good sign to see the underdog starting to push back. Aster is just too quick, snapping right onto Mist while he was perched on the box. The gap in their overall win percentages is really showing here. Both players traded shots here, but he managed to outlast Aster in the gunfight. That was a scrap for the ages, barely surviving that encounter. He's really digging in, closing a second straight round to keep this challenge alive. Unbelievable, he's completely shifted the tide to level this game at 5-all. The script has completely flipped for the top-seeded player. Esther quickly finds the target on the box to take back a slim lead. His overall dominance is clearly flashing again. We are all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is surprisingly close given that Esther typically controls the head-to-head. Mist is definitely stepping up to challenge the top 10 seed here. Fresh start for both. He refuses to let the lead slip away, finally claiming a 1-round advantage. He's really making a statement against such a high-rated opponent. He's showing an incredible level of grit, putting up another win to keep the momentum swinging. Absolutely effortless, he's taking full control of this matchup now. He's on fire now, securing another swift victory to move just 3 away from the finish line. Unreal, he claws back into the series by the skin of his teeth, surviving a brutal firefight with almost nothing left. A completely clean play to stop that momentum and bring the deficit down to 2. He's just too fast here, walking away from that engagement without taking a single point of damage. A stellar sequence from Mist, putting the pressure right back on the favorite. It's a massive turn of events for the higher ranked seed. Esther shows some life here, managing to stop that run and force a 21st round. The higher seeded player is finally fighting back into this game. Esther just took a clean duel to pull the lead down to 2. He's starting to look like the powerhouse we expected today. He manages to push forward from the ramp to keep this rally alive. He's finally looking like the dominant player he's been all season. What a way to force the tie. That is 4 straight for Esther, and we are headed to overtime. Total reset, it all comes down to the overtime block now. Mist answers back from the box, completely shutting down that previous run. Absolute ice in his veins for that crucial hold. Aster handles the pressure, dragging Mist right off the Tetris to lock this battle at 13-all. He's showing incredible composure to step up and secure another win here. A really tough spot for the underdog to climb out of. He finds another perfect window from the box to keep this deadlock going. Absolutely surgical precision to tie this back up. What a fight! He survives a chaotic trade to push himself to the edge of victory. Absolutely gripping it at the end here. He's done it. Mist finishes the job from the box to complete a stunning turnaround victory. I honestly can't believe we just saw that. For someone who struggled so much against this guy historically, he played flawlessly in the clutch. What a result. Welcome everyone! We have Mist and Ignis facing off on Italy today, with Ignis entering as the slight favorite. Ignis is historically the more successful player in this head-to-head, owning a clear advantage over a huge sample size. It's clear he's facing some early pressure here after taking a lead in their most recent meeting. Let's see if Ignis can settle back into that dominant pattern. Mist has the edge now, leading 2-1. That was a ridiculously fast reaction to close the gap. Mist is really putting the pressure on early here. He's looking very sharp today. A surprising turnaround for the man currently sitting at rank 31. Mist holds a thin lead now at 3-2. The favorite is starting to flex his experience. Mist is really fighting the underdog narrative today, quickly cleaning up that angle on the Tetris. Mist is currently putting together a very strong start, and honestly it's impressive since he's historically struggled to come away with wins against Ignis. If he keeps this pace, we might be looking at a genuine upset on our hands. Ignis gets a clean victory here to keep things interesting. He's showing a lot of grit, continuing the climb to bring this game closer. He's certainly playing a lot like the favorite right now. Mist is just cruising now with a commanding 7-4 lead. He's really reversing the trend from those early maps today. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is genuinely outplaying the higher ranked player right now. He has completely shaken his opponent's confidence in this first half. Time to switch sides. He's showing great composure here, securing another quick point as he narrows the gap. The gap on the ladder is practically gone at this point. Absolutely ruthless. He just completely erased that lead to bring us back to a deadlock. A total shutdown here as he extends the streak to 3 straight. A complete turnaround from how the first half started. Mist answers back immediately to bring us back to a dead heat. Both these guys are essentially dead, even on this map. Mist barely clings to a 1-point advantage now. He's certainly playing better than his recent 13-21 round suggests. A precise blow to the player on the wine as the score finally returns to a dead, even split. Ignis outlasts him in a frantic exchange, continuing this impressive charge back into the lead. The momentum shift is feeling very real right now. Pure chaos now as we've hit a 10-all tie. Ignis has clearly struggled more today with 15 losses on his record. He's really digging in, surviving a tough exchange to take a narrow lead. A few critical wins now to solidify his place in the rankings. What a display of grit from Ignis, who now stands on the verge of victory. Mist has to dig deep to avoid a defeat here. He refuses to go down without a fight, keeping his hopes alive. Exactly the kind of timing we needed to see. Unbelievable. A brutal back and forth fight that ends in a dead heat at 12-all. Absolutely nail-biting stuff as we head into the final push. He's purely on fire right now, shutting that down with a perfectly timed shot. Just a lightning-fast exchange to secure that lead. He's just refusing to buckle, strolling to a second straight point with an effortless shot. He's simply too fast right now, securing a 3rd straight win to put himself in the driver's seat. Mist keeps the dream alive, showing incredible heart to hold that momentum swing. That response was a huge relief for him. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a flawless shot to secure the victory. He truly dug himself out of a hole to close this out. Mist played the game of his life tonight, but he just couldn't find that final gear. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. Esther and Ignis are stepping onto Mappas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. What a scramble! Aster barely survives that chaotic exchange from the boxes to take the early lead. Aster holds a significant historical lead with over 200 head-to-head wins against Ignis. It's clear that the psychological edge is tipping in his favor today. We just need to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that flow. Ignis answers back with a clean hit, refusing to let his opponent run away with the game. He's definitely showing some fight despite the odds against him. A completely untouched sequence for Ignis, keeping the pressure high. The lead is practically gone now. Aster manages to reclaim control from the ramp, extending that lead back to 2. His top 10 ranking is definitely reflecting in the gameplay. Aster is cruising right now, leading 5-2. That's another strong outing for the favorite today. Ignis is refusing to buckle, keeping himself very much in this contest. It's a tough spot to be in, but he's always fought through these deficits. Ignis wins a frantic battle on the ramp, cutting the gap to a single round. Everything is shifting in the challenger's direction right now. Absolute perfection from Ignis to level the game at 5-5. The momentum has completely flipped as we head into this next one. Aster puts a stop to that surge, reclaiming the lead before the break. He's certainly leaning on that overall higher rating right now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really playing like the underdog and pushing the narrative for a surprise win. He's definitely using that 62% map win rate to his advantage right now. Side swapping. Let's see the responses. Aster is putting on a clinic with a 23-11 record over the last day. It's clear that he's carrying some heavy confidence into this match. Ignis will need to find an answer quickly, or this one will get away from him fast. He's simply too fast, closing this one out without taking any damage. Ignis manages to outlast his opponent in a tighter exchange to bring the score to 10-6. Aster puts his foot down again, stretching to 10-7. The gap in the ladder rankings is starting to shrink. He's on fire now, taking this round effortlessly to keep the rally going. He's truly awake now and putting Aster on the defensive. Ignis secures another flawless kill from the ramp, clawing back right into the heart of this match. The tide has completely turned in this series. Aster manages to outlast him in a grueling trade, regaining some ground in this series. Slightly higher standing in the ladder, but it's coming down to a real fight. Aster secures the advantage from the container, putting himself just one round away from victory. The top-seeded player in this bracket is just showing his class. A huge effort to shut down that momentum. He is refusing to let this series end quietly. Ignis puts on a show from the red, keeping his momentum alive to push this into a nail-biter. Everything feels completely wide open now. Unbelievable. He's forced this match into overtime with an absolutely pristine finish. Just unbelievable to see a lead vanish this quickly. Simply unbelievable. Ignis shuts him down on the ramp to move one step closer to victory. Total control from the challenger now. The onslaught continues as he secures another incredibly fast win. Aster finally answers back, securing a tight victory from the container to narrow the gap. A crucial response from him to keep the pressure on. What a fight! He manages to scrape through that war of attrition to bring the series back to a dead heat. Absolute deadlock after a high-tension exchange. A huge stand by Ignis to seize the lead and move within striking distance. The pressure is clearly mounting as there's a total toss-up. What a response! He earns the edge in a huge moment to tie this up. Man, the tension is through the roof as we head into this next one. Ignis holds the edge at 16-15 as we reset. We're all square at 16 apiece. What a deadlock. Ignis takes the command now, leading 17-16. The pressure is absolutely real for the higher seed here. Pure insanity, Aster has leveled things at 17 all. Neither player has managed to find any real separation today. Ignis is just barely ahead, clutching an 18-17 lead. The underdog is really making a statement in this deep water. Ignis has a 2-point cushion at 19-17. He really just refused to back down in that overtime stretch. To pull that off against a top 10 opponent is just incredible. What a match. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Mist and Aster facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster is the clear favorite historically, having won about 70% of their previous matches together. But Mist has actually taken the last 4 meetings between these two. It will be interesting to see if that streak continues today. Unbelievable. Aster barely clings to life with just a sliver of health left after that exchange. He's definitely showing why he sits in that top quartile of the ladder. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece. Total deadlock. higher seed is finally starting to assert his dominance. He manages to shut him down on the ramp, walking away with a tiny sliver of health. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. A swift response from Mist to bring us back to a tie. It's a complete toss-up now, despite the gap in their ratings. Aster's looking sharp here, securing a quick pick and taking control of the momentum. Mist just secures that round from the ramp, and the momentum is swinging back into his favor. Aster edges ahead by 1 as we hit round 9. He's really leaning on that experience tonight. Aster has looked really strong over the last day, putting up a 23-12 record. It's a stark contrast to Mist's struggles in his recent matches. I wonder if that confidence is making him even more aggressive right now. Aster goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's definitely proving why he has the historical advantage on this map. It'll be a tough climb for Mist to bridge this gap in the second half. Let's see if Mist can reset. Mist is fighting back hard and trailing by just 1. That was a lightning-fast response to get a hold of the momentum. A clean sweep for the underdog in that exchange. Aster still holds a 2-round cushion here. His rank in the top 12 is definitely showing right now. Aster is putting on a real clinic in efficiency, ending these rounds almost instantly. The skill gap is glaringly apparent right now. A total shutdown. He's just completely taken over the server now. The gap in their overall win rate is starting to tell. He controls the map from the ramp to extend his run to 4 straight. That match against Ignis earlier today clearly left a mark on him. Mist manages to win the exchange while both were fighting from the ramp. Slowing things down just enough to stay in the fight. Aster is practically untouchable right now, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Mist catches him right off the ramp to keep the dream alive. That was a critical stop to slow the bleeding. What an incredible reflex. He's just completely stopped the momentum from swinging too far. Mist is putting up a serious fight against the odds. And that's it. Aster closes the door on this series with a flawless final exchange. He really knows how to deal with this map, and that's exactly why he's sitting so high in the rankings. Welcome everyone, Mist and Ignis are heading to Dunes today, where the favorite looks to keep their momentum going. Ignis holds a substantial advantage in their long-term head-to-head history, which makes this early lead for Mist a surprising start. It's interesting because Ignis actually took their most recent meeting quite convincingly. I wonder if the momentum has shifted. He's just too fast, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. The higher rated man is looking completely lost right now. Absolute perfection here. He's just totally overwhelmed his opponent to start this series. Ignis finally gets around on the board. Mist is just runaway train right now, leading 5-1. It's just a strange look for the higher rated player right now. Mist is really leaning into this early momentum, especially since we've seen him struggle a bit with a 14-21 record over the last day. It feels like he's using this map to shake off those previous losses and flip the script on the favorite. He's completely in control now, taking a commanding 8-1 lead. Ignis wins this one from the box, putting a halt to the momentum. Mist still holds a massive 5-round cushion here. His side of the ladder is definitely starting to show. Mist takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is a total shock given that Ignis usually wins 60% of their matchups. We are looking at a very possible upset here. Time to see if Ignis awakens. Ignis claws one back, but Mist stays firmly ahead, 9-4. The higher seeded man is certainly starting to push back. Mist is really making things difficult for his opponent, taking that round from the box. Mist is just completely owning these exchanges right now, making it a very short trip for his opponent. Ignis is refusing to let this slide, continuing to put up a fight despite the deficit. A quick reaction from Mist puts him just one round away from the victory. What a finish! He closes it out completely untouched to secure the match. A shocking result for anyone who knows the history between these two. He just played out of his mind to secure a massive upset. Welcome to Red Line. We have Esther and Ignis stepping up for this duel, with Esther entering as the favorite today. What a fight! Esther barely escapes that trade, cleaning up the opponent off the ramp. A nice start for a player sitting 12th on the ladder. Esther is really putting on a clinic here, taking complete control of the server with a great spot on the ramp. He's just too fast today, racking up a 3 lead. Tough spot for a player who just won their last head-to-head. He's just completely unstoppable, moving to 4 straight while barely breaking a sweat. Ignis finally answers back, putting an end to that early surge. He's already beaten this opponent twice in their last 5 meetings. Aster is sitting on an all-time win rate of 68%. It's a strong foundation to fall back on, especially since he's managed to hold his side of the map so effectively. Now we just have to see if Ignis can actually find a way to respond. Ignis is fighting back, using that ramp height to keep this series very much in contention. He has the confidence from their last meeting to keep this close. He's refusing to go away, showing a lot of grit to secure another round for himself. Aster reacts quickly to shut down that push, securing the win over the ramp. He really needs to capitalize on his rating advantage here. Ignis keeps the pressure on, picking him right off the ramp to pull within 2. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite pull away. Esther holds a solid lead at 7-4. He's had a very active day with 23 wins already. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, he's playing exactly to that strong 68% map win rate. He's comfortably in the driver's seat here though. Ignis should be able to adjust on the other side. Time to swap sides. Ignis has a clear psychological edge right now, having won 3 of their last 5 head-to-head matchups. I mean, he's clearly not intimidated by the ranking gap. The real question is if he can keep this momentum going to erase that lead. He is completely taking over the server right now, continuing this fierce rally. He puts a stop to that run with a tidy sequence, extending his lead to 9-7. He's refusing to fold, clawing back another round to keep the pressure high. He is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the favorite. Aster keeps his narrow edge, leading 10-8. He's certainly playing a long game with over 2,000 matches under his belt. He's staying aggressive and just deleted Aster with a blistering shot to keep the deficit at 1. The momentum has shifted back to the top seed, and it's starting to feel like he's regaining his footing. The number 12 ranked player is looking very comfortable out there. Absolute chaos on this exchange, and Ignis barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. That was an incredibly tight encounter. absolute madness. We've got a dead heat at 11 apiece as the underdog claws back into the game. He manages to clear the ramp and just puts himself in a position to close the game. A huge momentum swing for the higher seed in this clutch moment. Unbelievable! We are headed to overtime as he brings the series back to a dead even 12 all. Aster secures a vital lead here, utilizing that elevation to get the drop on his opponent. He's definitely capitalizing on the experience advantage throughout this set. What a statement. Ignis secures an effortless kill to bring things completely level at 13 all. Aster secures the edge again from the ramp, and he's really showing how tight this series has become. A huge contrast to his recent loss to Ignis on Mappas. A super quick end to that exchange. Unbelievable finish. Aster seals the deal and closes out the map in fashion. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially after the sweatfest we just saw in overtime. Truly incredible resilience from both sides. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a match between Mist and Aster, where a dominant favorite looks to keep their lead. Aster holds a massive overall advantage with a 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see those numbers because Mist actually dominated their most recent string of matches against him. I wonder if that confidence can help him claw back into this one. Aster is now just one step ahead of Mist. The rank 10 seed will definitely feel that one. What a scrap! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he just barely managed to hold on. He really looks comfortable out there right now. Aster is just completely dismantling Mist with that 4-1 lead. That level of precision matches what he's been showing all day. Unbelievable! They were both almost gone, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. It's starting to look like a mismatch between these two. A very clean response from Mist to pick up another round. Looking at the rating gap, this is a huge mountain to climb. He's not backing down, securing another victory to trim the deficit. He's starting to make this a very competitive series. Absolutely effortless. He just completely shut that down to keep the rally going. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. The favorite is really feeling the heat now. Aster answers back with a sharp sequence as we approach the midpoint. Aster has been looking incredibly sharp throughout today's matches. Aster takes a 7-5 lead heading into the swap. I mean, it's a surprise to see the underdog keeping this close after such a swingy start. We'll see if Mist can push back in the second half. Let's see who hits their mark first. He's really making it a fight to the wire. This is exactly what the ranked 10 seed needs right now. What a surge! He's completely leveled the playing field to bring this to a dead heat. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seeded player now. Aster manages to edge ahead, reclaiming a slim advantage. He's really justifying that rank 10 spot on the ladder. Aster has been on a roll with a 23-12 record over the last day. It's clear that the confidence from his previous wins is translating into some very steady play right now. Let's see if Mist can find a way to break this momentum. Aster holds a 2-round cushion as we move forward. A dominant map history for Aster is really proving true. The speed of these encounters is just wild. Aster is reacting almost instantly right now. The gap between these two is really showing through right now. Another fast reaction from Mist, who is refusing to let this game slip away. That was a blistering response to keep the dream alive. He's putting on a clinic in grit, securing another win to keep the pressure climbing. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Aster finds a flawless shot to move himself into a position to end the map right now. He just shut down that lethal comeback attempt immediately. A chaotic trade of shots, but Mist survives the encounter to stay in this game. A huge moment of resilience to keep the game alive. What a finish! He survives by a hair to shut the door and secure the match. He really had to lean on those low health saves to get across the line today. Mist fought back hard, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight! Ignis has a huge advantage in the head-to-head history, and that consistent edge really seems to be weighting the matchup in his favor today. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually replicate that blowout win they had earlier in the day. He's simply too fast right now, taking total control of this opening set. Looking for any sign of the form he showed during that 13-5 win. A huge response from Mist, showing some real grit to get back into this fight. The higher rated player is feeling the pressure now. Another one for Mist, refusing to let the lead slip away further. The underdog is suddenly looking very comfortable in this set. Incredible, Mist is completely erasing that early deficit to even things up. The pressure is starting to mount for the favorite. Ignis quickly regains the lead, ending that sudden momentum shift from his opponent. What a turnaround! Mist has completely leveled the playing field, bringing the score back to a deadlock. Ignis edges ahead again, leading the series 5-4. His higher rank is giving him a steady presence in this set. Ignis has a lifetime win rate just under 50%. That puts him in a very strong position to close things out, given how comfortably he's holding his ground right now. He just needs to maintain his focus to put the game away. A tough fight, but he manages to secure his third straight win as we head toward the half. Mist really needs to find some stability before the half. Ignis takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the switch. I mean, everything is playing out as predicted. He's clearly the more reliable player in this series, though. He'll need to stay sharp to protect that cushion. Fresh start for both players. A sharp reaction from Mist to open this half, keeping the fight alive with a clean finish. The underdog is playing with a lot of confidence now. Unbelievable! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he just barely scrapes through with a tiny bit of health left. He is simply refusing to go down tonight. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. A solid display by the higher rated competitor. A complete shutout for Mist, who is really digging in here to trim the gap. He's proving that the rating gap isn't a wall he can't climb. Absolute chaos there, but he barely survives a brutal exchange to keep his surge going. He's really shaking the confidence of the favorite. A fierce duel of attrition, but he outlasts the exchange to bring the score level. Absolutely stunning, a total reset of the series right here. Ignis manages to outduel his opponent, regaining a slight lead in this contest. That's a solid bounce back for the higher ranked player. Ignis is really starting to seize the momentum here, taking full control of the closing stretch. Mist is simply not fading, securing another point with a perfect sequence. This is turning into a real battle of nerves. A perfect encounter from Ignis to put himself on the brink of victory. A clean stop to clear the way for the final point. Game over. Ignis secures the final blow to claim the victory. He really had to fight through a lot of heat in the middle of that set, but the veteran presence eventually took over. What a battle. Welcome to the league. Aster and Ignis are stepping onto fast aim to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster has the clear historical advantage here, leading their head-to-head series 202 to 139. It's interesting because that experience usually translates to a lot of confidence in these types of matchups. We'll see if that weight helps him recover from this early mistake. Aster is definitely waking up and looking for a way to even things up right now. He's coming into this feeling great after taking down Mist in his last few games. Ignis is really dominating this early 3-1 lead. The ladder ranking says he should have a tighter grip on this. Ignis is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. Ignis is certainly making his mark despite that 25 rank. He just cannot find a way to stop this charge as Ignis takes another round. He's proven why he's considered a slight favorite in this match. Ignis keeps the pressure high, picking him off the ramp for another win. A tough stretch for a top 10 player. Aster gets a clean look from the ramp to secure this one. He's a much steadier presence in the rankings today. Ignis has a decent 70% win rate over his last 10 outings. It's a stark contrast to his overall career stats, showing that he's playing way above his usual level today. He's effectively dismantling Aster's confidence right now. Ignis is absolutely flying, leading by a massive 5. Still looks like a struggle to stay consistent today. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, he's certainly playing up to the expectations as the favorite here. He just needs to maintain this pace to close things out quickly. Time for Aster to respond. Ignis is playing a very aggressive style, taking control from the ramp to put the pressure back on. A quick reflex wing to shut down that mini rally. Ignis is just relentless, moving into a commanding 9-5 lead. It's a familiar story as soon as the veteran finds his mark. Ignis is staring down a 10-5 lead now. The top 10 seeds usually have a way of clawing back. He's definitely fighting back now. Aster is starting to close that gap and find some momentum. He's definitely looking more like the favorite side of this bracket. Aster is putting on a clinic from the ramp, and he's now just 3 rounds away from evening this up. He's really starting to show that top 10 quality. Absolutely effortless. He's continuing this surge, putting together a 3-game tear. A huge answer from Ignis, grabbing another one from the ramp. Ignis is back in control, putting himself just a single round away from the victory. It's been a bit of a nightmare start for the higher seed. And that's a wrap. He closes the series out with a perfect finale to take the victory. Emotion high, he really stepped up today, shaking off that losing record against the veteran to claim a huge victory emotion high. Welcome everyone, Mist and Aster are stepping onto dunes for this match, and we'll see if the favorite can close this out. Aster holds a massive 70% lifetime win rate in their direct history together. It's clear that the mental edge is firmly on his side today. Mist is really going to have to dig deep to reverse that trend. Unreal, he almost went down, but somehow pulls through to extend the lead to 3-0. He looks completely in control after that last match together. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another fast round to move to a 4-0 lead. He's showing exactly why he sits so much higher on the ladder. Finally, Mist manages to put one in the win column. He's really struggling to find any rhythm after that tough set against Ignis. He's showing some real grit, picking up another rapid round to chip away at that deficit. Aster has been the dominant force in their head-to-head history with 261 wins over his opponent. It's a statistical gap that usually translates into this kind of confidence. We'll see if Mist can actually mount a comeback from here. What a scrap! Mist manages to clear the box and barely scrapes away with his life. A huge contrast to that 13-5 beatdown we saw from Mist an hour ago. He's making a real push now, taking this one completely untouched to close the gap. He's simply on fire right now, taking full control of the momentum. Absolute speed from those last few entries. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. You know, this really aligns with the projection that Mist could keep it competitive. I'm expecting the intensity to stay high on this side of the map. Time to see who blinks first. Aster edges ahead, putting the pressure back on Mist. It's a tough spot for the rank 31 player to be in. Aster grabs a slim 8-6 lead over Mist. The higher rated player is clearly finding his footing again. Wow, a total brawl that nearly went both ways, but he holds on to stay in control. He's capitalizing on a much stronger run of form lately. Another clean kill from the box as he continues this impressive run. It's starting to look like a one-sided affair again. He just cannot be stopped, securing another victory from the box to keep this streak alive. He looks like the superior seed in this encounter. Absolutely staggering. He just outclassed his opponent in a blink, bringing himself to the edge of victory. Absolute chaos for the finale, but Aster survives the brawl to close out the series. He just looked too sharp today, completely shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Mist and Ignis are facing off on Italy today, with Ignis entering as the favorite. Ignis has an impressive 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a heavy statistical advantage that usually translates to confidence in the server. We have to see if Mist can find a way to break that cycle today. Ignis is starting to pull ahead, leading 2-1. This is a much needed bounce back after those rough losses to Aster. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on here, taking a commanding 3-round lead early on. Ignis is just ruthless, stretching this to a 4-1 lead. A tough stretch for Mist given his recent form. A gritty exchange here, but he manages to outlast his opponent to keep this game alive. It's a promising sign for the underdog to stay this competitive. Mist has really been fighting an uphill battle lately, with only a 20% win rate in his last 10 games. He is clearly struggling to find a footing in the current meta. It will be tough to turn things around if he can disrupt this momentum. He is simply too quick for him, extending the gap to 7. He's carrying the momentum from that last win over Mist as well. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming another effortless round to widen the gap. A fast response from Mist to put another round on the board before the side switch. That was a clean way to seize a moment of control. Ignis goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. This is exactly what we expected to see from the favorite. He just looks far too sharp for Mist right now. Time for Mist to wake up. Ignis is just cruising at 10-3 now. The higher ranking on the ladder is definitely showing. That was practically instantaneous. Ignis is just reacting way faster than Mist right now. Mist is refusing to go down quietly, putting up a fight even with his back against the wall. A vital moment for the rank 31 player to the game. Mist has managed to snag a couple here, but he's still got a lot of ground to cover. He's putting up a real fight for the rank 31 spot. He is on absolute fire, securing his 3rd straight victory. The lower rank is truly shaking things up here. He claws back the control with a tough exchange, putting him just 1 round away from victory. A sudden shift back in the momentum. Absolute perfection to close it out. Ignis shuts the door right now to take the victory. He looked way too comfortable out there, especially with those lightning fast reactions today. Welcome everyone to the arena. Aster and Ignis are ready to face off to see who takes the win today. Unbelievable. Aster barely survives the trade, digging deep to outlast his opponent on the ramp. Aster holds a massive advantage in their lifetime history, having won over 60% of their matches against Ignis. It makes sense that he's finding success here, especially with a high win rate on this specific map. I'm curious to see if Ignis can flip the script like he did in their last meeting. He's simply untouchable right now, taking 0 damage to close out another round. What a scramble! Ignis barely manages to survive that fight on the ramp with almost nothing left. Ignis is clearly riding a wave of confidence from those recent victories. He's not backing down, claiming another point to close the gap. The early favorite is starting to look a bit shaky. Aster still owns this lead, sitting comfortably at 5-2. Coming off a strong 24-10 start to the day, Aster pulls a clean victory right from underneath that box, putting himself in a great spot. That's a huge contrast from the result we saw on Fast Aim. He's completely shifted the momentum here, securing another fast win to extend that lead. He simply refuses to let up, snatching Ignis right off the ramp for another win. He continues his tier, fighting through the exchange to secure another victory. He's certainly proving that rating gap right now. Aster takes a commanding 10 to lead into the break. The underdog is putting on a clinic despite the pre-match hype for Ignis. That 6-round streak really put the pressure on, and he looks far too sharp right now. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Aster is making this look far too easy, ending that encounter in barely a second. He's really asserting that top 12 ranking right now. What a fierce exchange. Both players traded heavy hits, but he manages to claw out the victory. That's an incredibly tough spot to be in, facing such a steep deficit. A sharp response from Ignis to slow things down, just as the end feels inevitable. The pressure is clearly mounting as the favorite looks for that final point. Ignis is staying alive with another effortless kill, refusing to let this game end just yet. He is on fire right now, putting together a 3-game surge to keep this battle alive. What a finish! Aster closes the door and secures the series victory. He really knew exactly how to handle this map to get his revenge after that loss on Fast Aim. Aster has completely owned the head-to-head history with a huge lead in overall wins. But Mist seems to be playing with a different chip on his shoulder today. He'll be looking to use this early lead to shake Aster's confidence. Mist is just too fast today, catching Aster completely exposed on that ramp. Really unexpected start given how high Aster is sitting on the ladder. Absolutely crushing it right now. He's just not letting the momentum slide. Quite a turnaround for a guy who struggled against Ignis an hour ago. Unbelievable. He's just taking over this server with a perfect opening set. It's just not looking like the usual match for the top 10 seed. Aster finally finds his mark, taking a clean round to get back on the board. He's certainly showing why he sits in the top 10 of our rating. He's refusing to go away, stacking up a second straight round to keep this fight alive. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite. Mist is really defying his historical numbers right now, especially since he's generally sitting at a 46% career win rate. It's a huge contrast to how he's played his previous games today. If he can keep this pressure up, he might actually pull off a massive upset. Both players trade heavy shots here, but he claws through for a third straight point. He's simply on another level right now, securing a fourth consecutive point. Everything about the rank gap suggests this shouldn't be happening. Aster shuts things down quickly here to hold that momentum. He's certainly the more consistent force on the server overall. Mist takes a 9-3 lead going into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as hoped for him here. He's really putting the pressure on the higher ranked player right now. Time for the comeback attempt. Mist extends his grip to 9-4 with a clinical finish. Still looks far too strong compared to his target's general history. Aster's just refusing to let this game slide, holding that ramp to bring the score a bit closer. He's really leveraging that top 10 experience to claw back into this. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that trade to maintain his rolling momentum. This is starting to look more like the usual result between these two. He manages to shut things down quickly, pushing his lead to 10. The top 10 experience usually proves too much, but not today. Mist is just not giving any ground right now, putting an enormous amount of pressure on the server. Absolute nightmare scenario for a player as high ranked as him. Aster is fighting back and the gaps are closing. He's starting to find some answers for Mist's aggression. Aster is really starting to narrow this gap, finding his target again right from that ramp. Aster is on fire, securing another one from the ramp to keep the heat on. He's really starting to claw his way back into this match. The momentum has completely shifted and Aster is simply not letting up now. He's just completely shut him out for the last few exchanges. A gritty exchange here, but he manages to edge it out and moves to 12. A huge relief for the underdog to get a point back here. Incredible. He manages to survive that chaotic war of attrition with a tiny sliver of health. That was a nail-biter, barely getting out of there alive. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he forces a tie at 12-12. A complete reset of the scoreboard as we head into the final frame. We are looking at a complete toss-up now. Both players are trading blows and refusing to yield. The rank 10 seed is under a mountain of pressure now. Absolute perfection from the favorite, who just shrugged off that exchange to level the series. The pressure is just immense for the high-seeded player now. What a scramble! Aster barely survives that absolute meat grinder to push himself ahead. He's really digging deep to keep himself in the lead. He's just unstoppable right now, moving within one step of victory. He is completely shutting down any hopes of a comeback. Unbelievable! After such a brutal fight, he secures the victory to close out the map. He really had to sweat those last few exchanges, but he keeps his cool in the clutch. What a fight! Ignis historically wins about 60% of their matchups together. That makes this a tough hill to climb for Mist, especially since he's been struggling with a few losses lately. He'll need to keep this momentum going to pull off an upset. He's absolutely on fire right now, sweeping aside the competition to take a commanding early lead. Simply untouchable, he's just completely owning this opening stretch. He's shaking off those recent losses in a huge way. A lightning fast exchange and he's just completely dismantled his opponent's hope of a comeback. He's simply not letting up, extending the gap to a perfect 6-0 start. He's just too fast today, putting a huge cushion between himself and his opponent. Ignis manages to secure a round for himself, bringing the tally to 7-1. The rating gap is pretty steep, with Ignis sitting significantly higher on our ladder. It's almost shocking to see that level of skill difference not translating into the scoreline. It looks like Mist has finally found an answer to the favorites' playstyle today. A fierce trade of shots, but he comes out on top to put a huge cushion in place before the break. Mist takes a 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this is a complete reversal of the expected script. He's simply outplaying the higher ranked player right now, and Ignis looks totally lost. Time for a total reset. Mist has completely shifted the energy here, and he's now just a single point away from closing this out. Quite a turnaround from his 6-13 defeat earlier today. Unreal, he narrowly survives that exchange and claims the round from the box. He's managed to show some resilience despite the early deficit. Ignis is starting to put some pressure on, putting together a strong run of 3 rounds in a row. He really needs to shake off that tough stretch from earlier today. He shuts down that comeback attempt instantly, putting him a single point away from victory. And there it is, a clean final shot to close the series in a landslide. That's an incredible result coming from the lower seed, proving he can absolutely hang with the best today. Aster carries a huge lead in the lifetime head-to-head numbers, winning nearly 60% of their meetings. It makes sense given that Aster has been cruising through his recent matches today. Let's see if Ignis can find a way to break that momentum. Aster is simply too fast for him, taking a full set of rounds without taking any damage. He's certainly living up to that top 10 spot on the ladder. Just an absolute wall of a start here, with the momentum shifting completely in his favor. Absolutely relentless. He's just not letting up, as he takes total control of the match. He's just untouchable right now, making it 6 straight without dropping a single point. A quick response from Ignis, who finally draws some blood and secures his second round. He's finally putting some pressure back on the favorite. Aster has been absolutely dominant today with a 26-9 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, the question is whether Ignis can actually sustain this run and pull off the comeback. Ignis is on fire, securing another perfect round to push his current run to 3 straight. Aster recovers quickly to shut down that surge. The rating gap is definitely showing up here. Aster just clears the air here, knocking Ignis right off that elevated perch. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is playing perfectly right now. Ignis is struggling to keep up with the pace of the higher rated player. Fresh start for both players now. Ignis closed back to 5, but Aster still leads. The underdog has a decent amount of experience on this particular layout. What a fight! Both of them were nearly empty, but he manages to scrape through with the win. That was way too close for comfort. Aster holds a commanding 5-round lead right now. The high-tier experience is really paying off for him. Another effortless win for Aster, and he's now staring down the finish line. That's another perfect exchange, and now he's only 1 round away from victory. What a fight! He barely survives that encounter to close out the series. He just looks too comfortable on this map, really putting his experience on display today. Aster is the clear favorite here, and his head-to-head record is a perfect example. And honestly, that history shows he usually knows exactly how to handle Mist. It will be interesting to see if the lower ranked player can actually sustain this early lead. Mist is holding on to a slim lead at 2-1. He's looking sharp after those dominant matches earlier today. Mist is really putting the pressure on here. If he keeps this up, we might be looking at a genuine upset. Mist is just running away with this, leading 4-1. He's showing some real grit here, picking up a quick kill to close the gap. Aster really needs to start stacking these if he wants to flip the script. Mist has an overall win rate of just 46% across his long career, but he's proving to be incredibly resilient in this specific series. He's managed to neutralize the skill gap despite Aster being a powerhouse on the ladder. It's now up to the favorite to prove he can actually close this out. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing another effortless victory. Aster responds with a clean exchange to put a dent in that lead. He looks far more comfortable than the top 10 rank would suggest. Mist is just dominating a 7-4 lead, coming off a highly impressive 26-9 run today. Mist takes a solid 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, it is great to see the underdog fighting back like this. He really capitalized on those 3 straight rounds to push his advantage. Time for the switch. Mist keeps the momentum shifted at the 8-5. The rank 9 player is finally starting to exert some control. Another huge round puts Mist firmly in control at 9-5. The rating gap is completely disappearing as this match wears on. Aster is starting to push back here, making this a lot tighter than it was a couple of rounds ago. We're seeing the number 9 player start to assert himself. Aster stays aggressive, securing another fast kill to keep this comeback alive. His confidence is clearly returning as he finds his footing. Aster clears him right off the vine, continuing this impressive charge back into the series. He's effectively wiped the slate clean. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the deficit to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. Absolutely crushing it. Aster is now in total command with 5 straight wins to take the lead. He is simply unstoppable, putting together an incredible 6-round tier to seize control of the match. He's just too fast right now. That's 7 straight, and he's now just 1 round from victory. What a finish! Aster closes out the series with a perfect round to secure the victory. He looked like a different player once he flipped the switch. That's another huge win for the top 10 seed today. Ignis has definitely a historical edge in the overall head-to-head. It's just that Mist is playing him really well today after that crushing victory they had in their last encounter. We have to see if that recent momentum can outweigh the long-term stats. Ignis is really putting on the pressure now, cleaning up the competition regardless of where Mist hides. That's 3 straight, and he's now well in control of this match. It looks like the favorite is asserting himself early on. He completely shuts him down off the ramp, pushing his lead to a commanding 4-1. The higher rating is starting to show its value here. A perfect response from Mist, showing he's not going down without a fight. He's showing the resilience we expected from him after that previous victory. Ignis has been having a tough time overall today with a 16-20 record. He's certainly finding more success in this specific encounter. He's managed to flip the script against Mist and look far more confident than he has in his other matches. Ignis doesn't let him breathe, quickly picking Mist off the ramp to build on that lead. His recent loss streak today has definitely been a thing of the past. Another clean kill as he catches Mist on the ramp to secure his 3rd straight. This looks more like the typical dynamic we see from them. Mist secures this one from the ramp, finally getting a round back. Looking back at the map history, these two are actually almost identical. Ignis keeps the pace, sitting comfortably at 7-4. It's been a brutal hour for Ignis with 3 straight losses. We're at 7-5 for Ignis. Okay, so the match is playing out just as soon as we anticipated. Both players traded several streaks, but the higher rated man ever so slightly holds the upper hand. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis is really shutting down those ramp angles to keep his lead secure. The higher ranking is starting to pull him through this side. Mist takes control from the toolbox, showing real grit to chip away at that deficit. The gap in their rankings isn't feeling very wide right now. He's completely on fire from the ramp, steadily clawing his way back into this match. The pressure is really mounting on the frontrunner now. Absolute perfection to tie this up. He's now completely flipped the script with another effortless kill. This is becoming a total deadlock between them. Unbelievable. He outlasts the trade from the ramp to move ahead and take a 9-8 lead. He's just completely erased the lead he gave up earlier. He keeps the momentum rolling, simply outclassing Ignis from the wine box for another round. He just cannot be stopped, picking his opponent off the ramp to make it 6 straight. He's just completely taken over this map, bringing him to match point after 7 straight kills. He is just absolutely refusing to give an inch right now. What an unbelievable run. He closes the door and completes a spectacular comeback victory. He's really proving that he can outduel the higher ranked player when it counts. That closing surge was just unbelievable. What a fight. Esther enters this with a strong 68% win rate on the map. It's a number that reflects his historical dominance here, especially after putting up a huge win against Ignis in their most recent head-to-head. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can keep this pressure up. A brutal clash on the ramp, but he comes out on top for a third straight. A surprising turn for the higher rated player here. A completely clean look for Aster, who refuses to let the game slip away. Expected a tighter struggle from the start, given the seedings. He just effortlessly picks Ignis off the ramp, narrowing the gap to 1. Just a glimpse of what the higher seed is capable of. Ignis still holds a commanding 2-round lead. He's putting up a fight despite that heavy loss in their previous meeting. That was an intense exchange, but Aster manages to claw back a huge portion of his momentum. The seed advantage is starting to show through. He's completely leveled the playing field now, bringing us back to a dead heat. Ignis clings to a slim 1-round lead as we reset. The number 27 is proving quite a tough nut to crack. Aster is currently putting up a 26-9 record over the last day. That puts his recent form in a totally different light compared to how the match is actually playing out. He is clearly a stronger player on paper, but Ignis is the one controlling the pace right now. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, Ignis is holding his own despite the poor recent form. It's a complete stalemate right now, and anyone could take the next 6. Time for a clean slate. Ignis is really leaning into that ramp position right now, keeping Aster on his heels. He's fighting through a tough run of results lately. He's showing incredible grit, erasing that deficit to bring things completely level. The momentum has shifted completely back into his favor. He secures another win from the ramp, proving he's more than capable of shaking off that early deficit. Aster just can't be stopped, continuing his surge to move 2 rounds ahead. The pressure is really starting to mount for the underdog. He's just untouchable right now, walking away without a scratch as he takes control of this map. He's simply refusing to slow down, putting his opponent away in an instant to bring the score to 11-7. Ignis finally manages to break through, keeping himself in the contest. He's showing a lot of heart, keeping his composure to stay within striking distance. The underdog has finally found a way to slow things down. Another one for the challenger. He's truly heating up as the gap narrows. An absolute shut out of a round, and now Aster is just 1 step from victory. The higher ranked side is finally asserting control. Unbelievable. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to stay in the match. What a clutch hold to keep the dream alive. What a way to finish. Aster closes it out with a perfect final shot to complete the comeback. Ignis really pushed him to the brink this time, nearly forcing that overtime. He almost stole the series with that grit. What a fight! Aster holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history. It's surprising to see him start slow given how he's consistently dominated this pairing. He'll need to find his composure quickly if he wants to put the ranking difference into effect. Mist is starting to build some real pressure here, coming off that high ground to take another round. Mist is just running away with this, 3-1. Hard to believe a player currently ranked 31st is this on fire. Aster claws back to keep it tight at 3-2. He's certainly proving why he holds that top 10 spot on the ladder. Aster is really starting to roll here, completely shutting down Mist's attempt to hold that Tetris spot. He is completely taking over the game right now, securing his third straight point. He just can't be stopped right now, cleaning up from the ramp to grab another one. Exactly what you'd expect from a player in the top 10. Mist is back in the mix, quickly picking him off the ramp. He's usually the one controlling the pace in this rivalry. Aster was too quick on the draw, taking Mist right off the box to extend his lead. He's showing that high-tier consistency we've seen all day. Unreal, he barely survives that trade from the box, clinging to a single point of health. He's playing with an incredible amount of heart today. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, it's a bit surprising that the favorite's struggling. We expected a close fight, but Aster is really flexing that huge rating advantage. Switching sides, let's get back in. Aster just kept his momentum going, picking him off while holding the ramp to put a huge dent in Mist's hopes. He's really capitalizing on that higher standing today. Mist secures another look from the box, refusing to back down as he chips away at that lead. It's getting much harder for the favorite to stay in control. Aster is absolutely tearing through the competition today with a 26-9 record over the last day. That level of consistency is exactly why he's comfortably inside the top 10 on our ladder. It makes this lead feel very secure. He's just outclassing him right now, strolling to 11-6 with that effortless sequence. He's outplaying him a lot like he did in their previous encounter. Mist manages to hold his ground from the box to keep this series alive. Aster is just ruthless, putting an end to that brief rally by picking him off the Tetris. A lightning fast finish there to put him just one away. What a closing shot! Aster shuts the door and secures the victory right here. He's just completely out of class today, making everything look way too easy for his side. Ignis holds a strong historical advantage with a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear that Mist has a bit of an edge today, especially since he just came off a victory against him in their most recent match. Mist keeps pushing ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. The favorite finally puts a point on the board. Ignis is really starting to build some momentum now, evening things up with back-to-back wins. He's really trying to shake off a rough start today. Mist barely clings to a narrow lead at 3-2. A tough day for Ignis so far after that loss to Aster. Ignis has fought back, leaving us deadlocked at 3-3. Both of these competitors have been grinding matches all day. What a nail-biter! He barely survives that exchange to take the lead. The higher-rated player is starting to assert some control. We are completely tied up again at 4 apiece. An interesting contrast to the overall history these two share. Ignis edges ahead now, taking a narrow 5-4 lead. Both of these players are really feeling the grind today. Ignis has an all-time win rate of 49%. It's clear he's finally playing to his expected level after a tough start to his day. He's proving why the ladder rates him higher in this matchup. Ignis manages to snatch a 1-point cushion. A quick reaction there to keep the game within reach. A tough run of results for the top-seeded player today. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, things are unfolding exactly as we predicted. He's leveraging that superior map experience to keep himself in the driver's seat. Ignis is pulling away now, commanding a 3-point gap. He's showing plenty of resilience after those tough losses to Aster. A lightning-fast response here, and the underdog refuses to go quietly. He is on a roll now, proving he has the grit to claw back into this series. The pressure is mounting for the favored man now. Absolutely incredible. He's wiped away the deficit, and now we're deadlocked at 8-all. A completely wide-open game now as we head into the final stretch. Ignis quickly recovers his footing to take back the lead. This is exactly the kind of response we expect from a top 30 player. Ignis puts the pressure back on with a 10-8 lead. Looking at the rankings, it's tough for Mist to close this gap. He keeps the pressure high, continuing this determined push back into the game. He just keeps refusing to let this game slip away. The speed of these exchanges is just blistering. Ignis is really capitalizing on those split-second reactions. He's simply refusing to back down, continuing a fierce rally to close the gap. A very clean exchange there to get back within striking distance. He closes in on the finish, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. His consistency is really showing in this final stretch. He's not folding. Mist secures a perfect kill to force the game further. A much-needed breath of air for the underdog here. What a finish! Ignis closes the door right there to take the series. Mist really put everything he had into this one, but he just couldn't close it out. He fought so hard to stay in the fight, truly a battle. Aster is historically the superior player with a win rate of 66% on this map. And when you factor in that he just beat Ignis in their last meeting, it's surprising to see him start on the back foot. It'll be interesting to see if he can pivot his strategy to reclaim the lead. Aster's now firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's really capitalizing on that top 8 rating right now. Ignis is refusing to back down, keeping this completely deadlocked early on. Ignis is fighting hard for a second map win today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and somehow he claws out the victory with a tiny sliver of health left. We're all squared up at 3 apiece now. And he's looking like the more confident one right now. Aster edges ahead once more, taking a thin 4-3 lead. He's been in sensational form lately with that 7-game tier. The pace is incredibly high right now, with both players ending rounds in a heartbeat. Ignis just snatched the momentum, moving ahead 5-4. He's just not letting up, securing another victory to stretch the gap. A really tough spot for the top 8 player to be in. The momentum is completely shifting as he secures another straight win to enter the break. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's really leaning into that favorite status right now. We'll see if Aster can fight back from this deficit on the switch. Time to swap sides. Ignis is putting on an incredible display of composure today, knowing he's currently on the wrong end of a lifetime record with only a 49% win rate. It's a complete reversal from the usual dynamic we see in these matchups. The big question now is if he can close this out before Aster wakes up. Ignis is just relentless, cruising into a 10-5 lead. He needs a big run to match those elite numbers from the last 24 hours. Ignis is just not letting the pressure get to him, consistently putting Aster in a deep hole. Aster is trading rounds here, keeping himself in the game as the deficit narrows slightly. Aster is starting to put some serious pressure on here, showing that he can definitely hold his own in a shootout. What a frantic scramble. He barely walked away from that one, but the comeback is picking up steam. He's showing a glimpse of the top 10 ranking now. He's simply on fire right now, surviving a brutal brawl to keep this charge moving. The gap is closing rapidly as we enter the final stretch. Astonishing! That's another clean sweep for the comeback, keeping this incredible charge moving. A huge answer right when it mattered, putting him just one round away from victory. The heavy favorite is suddenly fighting for his life. And that's it. He closes the door with a perfect final play to secure the series. A massive result for the lower seeded player here, especially after that wild comeback attempt we just witnessed. He truly played out of his mind to pull this off. What a fight. Aster is carrying a massive historical advantage, having won 70% of their matchups against Mist. It's a heavy burden for Mist to overcome, considering how the rankings look. We'll see if that early lead is enough to shake the favorites' confidence. Mist is putting on a clinic with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is starting to push back. Aster has completely shifted the momentum here, netting 2 quick wins to bring this set level. He's definitely looking more like the top 10 seed right now. Mist edges ahead with a tight 3-2 lead. A surprising shift in energy for the lower ranked player. Aster just really cleaned up on that ramp, keeping this series completely locked in a deadlock. He's definitely showing the top 10 skill set. Mist grabs another one to lead it 4-3. He's certainly not letting that earlier loss to Aster get in his head. Mist is just on fire right now, making that climb up the ramp look effortless. A tough spot for the rank 10 player to be in right now. Mist holds a slim 1-round advantage at 5-4. He's coming into this set with a much stronger 25-10 day. Aster claws back to make it 5-all. The current momentum aligns perfectly with the historical win rates on this map. Mist is just too quick today, snapping onto Aster before he could even react from that ramp. A tough stretch for the rank 10 favorite to navigate. We're seeing a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break, and honestly this is exactly where we expected the map to be. Both players are fighting for every round right now. Fresh start for both. Aster retakes the lead, putting Mist under pressure. Another quick finish for the higher seed. That's a brutal way to start the second half. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his lead. He's really outlasting his opponent in these nail-biters. Aster's just barely holding out with an 8-7 edge. Coming in after a rough 11-24 day, we're seeing a resurgence. Aster puts a stop to those attempts to close the gap, quickly picking him off the ramp. That's exactly why he's sitting in the top 10 of the ladder. Mist fights back, narrowing the gap to 8-9. A huge effort from the rank 31 player to stay in this. And we are deadlocked again at 9 apiece. He's really defying that lower ladder position right now. He's just unstoppable right now, taking control with another hard-fought victory. The momentum is swinging wildly despite that heavy favorite status. He reacts perfectly there to bring everything back to a level score. The pressure is mounting as we approach those final regulation rounds. The speed of these exchanges is incredible, just split-second reactions deciding everything lately. He's playing with total confidence right now. Aster manages to shut that down and really punish Mist for staying on the ramp. He's certainly making a strong case for the top 10 seed. A gritty exchange that finally tips in favor of Aster, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. Unbelievable, Mist answers back with a lightning fast shot to force this set into overtime. It's a true nail-biter as we head into the final stretch of regulation. The higher rating is truly proven to be a difference maker. I cannot believe it. We are actually heading into a full-on war of attrition in overtime. It's getting precarious for Mist, who now finds himself looking up at a one-round deficit in this overtime battle. Aster forces his way back into the driver's seat by picking him off that ramp. He is really capitalizing on that higher rank right now. Absolutely phenomenal. Aster closes it out with an effortless final blow to claim the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially after how close he came to losing his lead in the late game. What a fight. Ignis has clearly held the upper hand in the long run, winning about 60% of their head-to-head encounters. Well, he's struggling to translate that historic edge into a lead today, and he'll need to find a way to disrupt the pacing we're seeing from Mist early on. Ignis looked sharp on the ramp that time and quickly levels this thing off. He's definitely playing like the favorite so far. Mist manages to outplay him here, putting a stop to the immediate pressure. A bit of redemption for the lower ranked player here. We're all square now. Mist and Ignis are deadlocked. The lower rated player is definitely standing his ground tonight. Ignis pulls ahead by a single round now. He's already looking far more comfortable than his recent form suggests. Mist takes the round from the ramp, keeping this a very tight contest. The momentum is shifting after the tough loss on Blame Orange. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on here, securing that height advantage to take a narrow lead. A real scrap for the higher ground there, but Ignis comes out on top in the duel. A frantic exchange with both players fighting for that ramp, but Mist was just a hair faster. Mist is really starting to flex those muscles, putting up an 11:24 record over the last day. But it's clear he's ignoring those early struggles and just focusing on the match at hand. We'll see if he can keep this momentum going through the half. He's simply on another level right now, securing his third straight win. A tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. Mist holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. Well, he's completely ignored his lower rank to take control of this opening half. We're seeing a real surprise here with the underdog firmly in the driver's seat. Let's see how the switch treats them. Mist is really pulling away now, leading by 3. The gap in the ladder rankings isn't showing at all. A solid response from Ignis, showing some real grit to stop the momentum swing. He's clearly capable of playing at this level when the pressure mounts. Mist is making quick work of him, just putting Ignis down from that elevated angle. Mist looks completely unfazed by the gap in the ladder ratings. Mist just keeps finding a way to shut things down from that toolbox angle. His recent form shows he's been fighting through a tough stretch lately. And he puts Ignis right back on the ground, taking control from the ramp to move the score to 11-6. A quick exchange there as Ignis secures another round for himself. He's showing a bit more resilience than his recent 17-19 day would suggest. Unbelievable! He barely claws through that with a single point of health remaining. A total nail-biter that somehow went his way. Mist just shuts that down, cutting him off the ramp to reach match point. The underdogs have completely flipped the script in this series. Ignis keeps the dream alive with a sharp burst to take this one. He's really digging deep to avoid a quick defeat. What a fight! He barely scrapes by with a tiny sliver of health to keep this series moving. Unbelievable luck to survive another one with such a thin margin. Absolute precision! He just deletes Mist to stay in this fight. He's really putting the pressure back on the board. Game over. He just deletes the competition and claims the victory. He really leaned on that one sub-second reaction to push through the end. Ignis gave him everything he had. What a fight. Aster starts fast, quickly picking Ignis off the ramp to take the early lead. Aster enters this one with a career win rate of 68%. It's a huge gap compared to Ignis, but he's definitely not feeling that confidence right now after dropping his last face-off against his opponent. We'll see if he can get his head back in the game. Unreal. He just barely clings to life in that firefight to move ahead 3-1. He's certainly making use of that top 10 stand-in. Ignis claws back, leaving Aster narrowly in the lead. Ignis has a knack for finding ways to keep this close. Aster secures a comfortable advantage after holding the ramp for a quick win. He's looking sharp today, with a 25-9 record so far. Aster is firmly in control with a 5-2 cushion. He's really asserting himself as the higher rated player here. The momentum has shifted completely as he puts together 3 straight wins. He is really capitalizing on his high ranking today. Ignis answers back with a tidy exchange to cut into that lead. He's proving again that the underdog can definitely hold his own. He's refusing to go away, picking up another win from the box to keep the pressure on. Aster just shuts that door quickly, cleaning him up right off the ramp. He clearly knows how to play the long game against Ignis. Aster takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. The betting favorite is really struggling to keep up. He's absolutely dominating on a map where he historically holds a huge advantage. Ignis needs a total reset now. Aster is really putting on a clinic from that ramp, making it look effortless right now. He's really asserting that rank 9 status in this series. Aster really seems to be pulling away now, and honestly, it's a stark contrast to his 25-9 run today, where he's looked a lot more consistent than his opponent. I wonder if Ignis can even find a way to respond at this point. Everything is moving so quickly now. Aster is barely giving Ignis a second to breathe. Ignis is trading rounds back and forth now, refusing to let Aster pull away. The underdog has clearly found his footing in this series. A lightning fast response from Aster to put himself in a position to end this right now. And that's it! A perfect finish to close things out and secure the victory. He certainly got his revenge here, completely shaking off that loss from their last meeting to take full control. Aster brings a massive amount of confidence into this server with a 26-9 record over the last day. It's only natural he's in control, especially since he's recently beaten the same opponent. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually find a way to disrupt that rhythm. Mist is really putting on the pressure here, taking out Aster right from the box. Tough break for the favorite early on. Aster quickly turns the tide, cutting Mist down from the high ground to even things up. Everything is leaning toward the higher seeded player right now. Both players fought for the high ground, but Aster was just a split second faster to react. His overall career win rate really stands out here. That was an absolute war of attrition, but the momentum stays firmly with Aster. He's played a lot of games against this opponent and it usually ends the same way. He's completely taking over the server now, racking up 4 straight. The skill gap on the ladder is really showing here. He's absolutely on fire right now, picking up his 5th consecutive round. He is really playing like a top 10 seed right now. Mist manages to put a stop to that run by catching Aster off the box. He's had a tough time overall in the last 24 hours. A complete shutdown on that encounter, and the momentum is shifting back toward the underdog. Aster has an overall win rate of 68%, and it seems he knows exactly how to handle this specific opponent. The high ground always seems to favor him when things get tight. He really needs to lock this down before Mist gains any more ground. Aster goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the pre-match predictions were way off on this one. Mist is struggling to stay afloat while the top 10 seed just looks too strong. Let's see how they shake off the rust. Mist is trailing by 3, struggling to close this gap. The number 1 seed looks surprisingly vulnerable right now. That was a complete brawl, but the underdog outlasts him to grab another one. A sudden swing in confidence as the lead narrows. He's on a tear now, digging deep to pull the score right back to within 1. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit to bring us level. The pressure is shifting entirely onto the higher seed now. Simply unbelievable. He has now taken 5 straight to seize the lead. A complete role reversal from how this duel started. Another quick win for Mist, and he manages to shut down the opponent from the box. His timing is just flawless right now. He's simply untouchable right now, keeping the streak alive for a 7th straight round. He's on absolute fire. That's 8 straight, and now he's just 1 point away from victory. What a finish! He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to complete a stunning comeback victory. To see that dominance flip in the second half was just wild. Mist really fought back from the edge today. What a fight! Ignis holds a significant lead in their overall history, having won about 60% of their total matchups. It's a massive gap that often makes him the safer bet. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually keep the pressure on today. Ignis is really starting to pick up speed here, and that ramp play gave him a great angle to secure another win. We've hit a dead heat at 2 apiece. He's looking far more confident after that recent victory on fast aim. Unreal! He barely scratches through that fight on the ramp to take a narrow lead. He's certainly not letting that earlier loss to Mist get in his head. Both players are totally locked in at 3-all. His recent run of form has been tougher to shake. Ignis pulls ahead again, now leading 4-3. Looking to bounce back after that tough series against Aster. We are seeing some incredibly fast exchanges here. The pace of these fights is just lightning quick. A real battle of nerves between these two. Ignis played it safe and waited on the ramp, and that positioning definitely paid off. It is a tough spot for Mist, who is already dealing with a rough 12-23 day. Mist takes control of that ramp to even things up, keeping the pressure high as they head toward the break. Ignis has been fairly active throughout the day, with 20 total rounds played. Ignis just pushes the advantage, shutting Mist down as he tried to hold that ramp. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, Mist is really holding his own against a much stronger opponent here. He's refusing to buckle under the pressure, and now it's anyone's game going into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis edges ahead, now controlling the series 7-6. He's showing a bit more resilience than we saw in his match against Aster. Ignis is currently sitting on a 2-round win streak. It is interesting to see him regaining his footing and shaking off those earlier mistakes. The momentum is shifting firmly back into his favor. What a fight. Mist barely walks away from that absolute chaos, cutting it incredibly close to stay in the game. The ladder ranking has Ignis as the clear favorite here. Mist is really capitalizing on that ramp position, putting a huge amount of pressure on Ignis right now. Ignis keeps a slim lead, sitting at 9 apiece. He's looking to make up for that early drop on fast aim. Ignis is really capitalizing on that high ground to stretch his lead to 2 rounds. That ranking difference is starting to show as he pulls away. Ignis stays in the driver's seat, leading 10-9. A really clean response after that quick encounter. Mist claws back to force a 10-10 deadlock. It's a total toss-up as they enter the home stretch. Mist secures his 3rd straight victory after controlling things from the ramp. He's really defying those early predictions today. A fast reaction there to halt that momentum and keep things completely even. Huge play from Mist, using that high ground to put himself just a single round away from victory. The odds were leaning his way, but he's completely flipped the script. Absolute brilliance. He closes out the series with a lightning-fast reaction to seal the deal. Coming into this as the underdog, he really stepped up when it mattered. He's officially shaking off that losing record against his opponent. What a fight! Aster holds a significant lead in their lifetime head-to-head history. It's a bit surprising to see the heavier favorite start on the back foot here. The big question is whether Ignis can actually pull off another upset today. Aster is commanding the pace with a 2-1 lead. He's looking just as sharp as that 13-6 result from earlier. Unreal! That was an absolute brawl, and he barely hangs on with a sliver of health to even the score. The gap in their overall ratings is really starting to shrink. Aster edges ahead again, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. He's looking like a much more consistent threat right now. What a scramble! He survives by a hair to claim the round. The numbers definitely back up the favorites in this series. The momentum has shifted completely as Aster secures another victory, now leading 5-2. He is really capitalizing on that 25-9 round from today. Incredible. He was practically out of health, but managed to clutch this fight and keeps the streak going. Ignis is really feeling the pressure after that tough set against Mist. Purely effortless for him, picking up another round from the ramp. His high rating is definitely showing right now. He completely shuts things down from the ramp, pushing his win streak to 6. Ignis puts an end to that run and keeps things competitive before the side swap. Aster takes a 9-3 lead into the break. You know, Ignis was expected to carry this series, but he's just not keeping up. A huge 6-round run has really put the underdog in the driver's seat. Time to see a response. Aster's 68% all-time win rate provides a great foundation for this performance. Well, when you combine that with his current form, it's clear Ignis is simply outclassed. He needs a total change in approach to get back into this. He catches him from the red, putting himself just one step away from the win. It's just an absolute blowout from here on out. Ignis manages to find the mark here and keeps the fight alive. A small spark of hope for the underdog. A precise shot to keep the streak going, though the pressure remains immense. The favorite is finally starting to look a bit shaken. What a display! Aster shuts the door on this series with a final decisive kill. Just a totally different level of play today. Ignis really couldn't find a way to keep the pace throughout the set. Aster is firmly in control of the all-time head-to-head with 266 wins. It's clear he's the statistical heavyweight in this rivalry. The question now is if Mist can replicate his recent success and secure another win today. Absolutely ruthless. Aster keeps the momentum, swinging his way with another clean finish. A quick recovery from Mist to answer back and shorten the gap. The underdog is finally starting to put up some resistance. He's refusing to let this slide and manages to claw back another one. The favorite is looking surprisingly vulnerable right now. Aster handles that exchange from the ramp and regains his lead. He's certainly playing like the top 10 seed right now. Aster is really making his 26-9 record from today count. I mean, that early dominance in his recent matches is translating perfectly into this duel. Mist needs to find some answers fast or he'll be buried. Mist gets another quick one from the ramp, bringing the score to 3-6. Aster shuts that down and pushes his lead to 7-3. He is really showing why he holds the top 10 spot. Aster extends the gap to 8-3, looking unstoppable. Expectations are being met as the top 10 seed asserts himself. Aster takes a huge lead at 9-3. Well, he's completely disregarding the pre-match odds here. His map advantage is showing in a big way, and Mist looks completely lost. Mist needs a complete reset here. Mist secures one more, but Aster still holds a commanding 9-4 lead. He's definitely leaning on the confidence from that last 13-8 victory. Aster is just relentless, pushing it to 10-4. He's definitely playing more like the top 10 seed in this set. Mist is putting up a fight, alternating rounds to keep himself in the game. That was a lightning fast trade of momentum. The pace is just electric right now. They're practically mirroring each other's results round by round. Mist is refusing to go quietly and is keeping the pressure high right now. The lower rated player is really digging in his heels. Mist is cutting into that lead quickly. Aster needs to put a stop to this slide right now. He's completely on fire right now, marking his third straight round win. This is starting to look like a replay of that Dune set. He's completely unstoppable right now, securing a fourth straight round to narrow the gap. Aster swiftly shuts down that momentum shift and moves himself to the precipice of victory. That was a very precise shot to kill the momentum. Unbelievable, Aster barely scrapes by with a sliver of health to seal the entire series. He really showed his grit in those clutch moments, surviving 3 separate brushes with death to take it. He had to fight for every bit of that victory. What a fight! What a chaotic start. Mist barely scrapes through that one to take the opener. Ignis has dominated this pairing historically, winning about 60% of their lifetime matches. The momentum is starting to shift back to the favorite after that tight first round. Now it's a matter of who can actually sustain the pressure. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he comes out on top in that brawl. His recent form was worrying, but he's playing the better game here. A slower paced exchange here, but Mist comes out unscathed. He's really struggling right now, coming off a tough run in his last 10. We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece now. That was an absolute war. He just barely manages to survive a chaotic exchange to take the lead. Ignis has the upper hand in the map history with a 49% win rate. So yeah, he's proving why that consistency gives him the confidence edge in this set. We'll see if he can push this even further. He just completely takes over the pace, converting from the ramp to secure a 3rd straight. He's completely reversed the result of their last meeting. Mist maintains his composure and secures this one from the ramp, cutting the lead to 2. He's showing a lot of resilience despite being the underdog. Ignis is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. Both of these guys have been fighting an uphill battle today. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the top seed is doing exactly what he needs to do here. He stayed consistent, but Mist is still well within striking distance for the second half. Fresh start for both players now. Unbelievable. Both players were almost completely depleted, but he digs deep to scrape away with the round. Absolute nail-biter, seeing him keep his cool under that kind of pressure. Ignis still holds a slim 2-round advantage at 8-6. Both players have struggled today, both coming off a heavy loss to Aster. Ignis pushes the lead to 3, looking incredibly dominant. That was an incredibly fast exchange. He is putting on a clinic, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. He is definitely finding a way to stay competitive in this set. Ignis is cruising along with a solid 10-7 lead. He's really turning things around after those rough losses earlier today. A sharp reaction from Mist to keep the pressure on, denying him any chance to react. Ignis is really starting to separate himself here, as Mist just can't seem to string a couple of rounds together. Mist secures another round from the box, refusing to let this match slip away. A solid response given he's facing one of the top 20 players. A fierce duel, but Ignis claims the trade to put himself 1 round away from the finish. Really feels like he's taking the controls now. He's just not going away. Mist claws back another one to keep his hopes alive. The underdog is refusing to go quietly today. He manages to hold the high ground on the box to force this game even closer. He is truly fighting for his life in this match. What a finish! Ignis closes out the final round with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He really dug in to avoid that loss, but he just couldn't close the door. Absolute grind from start to finish. What a fight! Aster draws first blood using the ramp to grab an early lead. Aster has an overall 68% win rate across his long career and is continuing that standard of play today. It's interesting because he's showing a lot more confidence than in his previous bouts against Ignis. Ignis responds instantly, securing a clean kill to pull closer in this match. Aster's firmly in control now, leading 4-1. The gap in their overall experience is pretty stark here. A perfect round for Ignis, who is refusing to back down despite the deficit. He's putting a lot of pressure on the top seed right now. A second straight for Ignis, showing incredible grit as he claws his way back into this set. Aster needs to find an answer fast. Aster is carrying a lot of confidence into this one after winning 26 maps in the last day, and it shows in how quickly he can shut down Ignis' momentum. The challenge now is whether Ignis can recover enough to keep this an actual contest. Ignis manages to take this from the ramp, showing real persistence to get closer in the set. The underdog is refusing to let this slide away. Aster was way too quick there, catching Ignis before he could even react from that window spot. He's clearly playing at a top 10 level today. Aster takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a surprising start for the favorite. Ignis has struggled to keep pace with that high-level efficiency Aster has shown throughout this first half. Time to see if the momentum holds. Aster is putting on a clinic, just cleaning right through Ignis as soon as he stepped onto the ramp. He's certainly capitalizing on that ranking advantage today. Aster just widened the gap to 9-5. He's definitely fighting through the struggle that's defined his day. Ignis fights back to bring it to 9-6. He's really digging in despite that rough history against the favorite. A complete shutdown on the ramp as the momentum swings fully in favor of the underdog. The pressure is mounting on the top seed now. Aster recovers his footing here to put the count back at 10-7. He's really leaning into his status as a top 10 competitor. Ignis manages to hold the ramp and secure a clean win here. He's certainly refusing to let the favorite cruise to a victory. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Aster is really starting to separate himself as we enter the final stretch. A total shutdown of that attempt to rally, and he's now just one round away from victory. What a way to close it out! Aster secures the victory by taking Ignis right off that toolbox. Just another day at the office for the 9th seed, who continues to dominate this rivalry over the long haul. Esther is holding a huge lead in their head-to-head history with 267 wins. And honestly, that confidence is showing in the way he's taking control of the map early. It'll be tough for Mist to find an opening if this pace continues. Esther's now looking dangerous with a commanding 2-1 lead. The top quartile talent is definitely showing right now. Esther is quickly turning the tide here, really putting the pressure on Mist with those rapid fire rounds. He's really maintaining that top 10 form today. He's on a tear now, securing another victory to keep this run alive. He's playing exactly like the favorite right now. Absolutely effortless. He's now put 4 straight on the board. Finally a breakthrough for Mist, snapping that long run of losses. A total shutout on that last exchange, and he's showing serious grit to chip away at this deficit. Esther just clears that spot on the box, shutting down Mist's attempt to build any momentum. He's definitely seeing the results of that higher rating. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health after that slugfest from the box. Mist is refusing to go away, picking him off the box as we approach the break. The pressure is definitely shifting in the favorite's direction. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from the favorite. Both players are trading blows and neither one has managed to pull away yet. Let's see who takes the lead now. Wow, what a scramble. He barely escapes that disaster with a tiny fragment of health left. His recent consistency is starting to peek through. What a brawl! He barely walks away from that carnage to bring the score dead even. The underdog is completely holding his own in this series. He's just unstoppable right now, taking total control of this match. He's purely on fire right now, moving closer to a complete turnaround. A massive swing from where we started this match. What a heart-stopping finish. He practically claws his way out of that exchange to maintain his hold on the series. Aster shuts that down completely, proving he's not shaking off this challenge. The higher rated man is finally digging in his heels. Pure chaos in this trade, and Aster barely survives with almost nothing left to keep his surge alive. A heart-stopping scramble that nearly went the other way. He's just showing incredible heart, refusing to crumble as he pushes his lead to 11-9. A fast and decisive stop to keep that lead. A completely unscathed victory as he puts himself just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable! Mist survives on a prayer and secures the map after an absolute war of attrition. He really just defied all the history in the books to pull this off. I can't believe he actually closed it out. What a fight! Ignis has a huge historical advantage here, having won about 60% of their past encounters. It's a high-volume rivalry where Ignis usually comes out on top. We'll see if Mist can actually flip the script this time. Mist is really smelling blood with a 2-1 lead. He really needs to bounce back after those recent losses to Aster. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Ignis manages to scrap through with the win and evens things up. He just completely takes over from the ramp, securing his third straight round. He's looking very comfortable as the favorite today. He's just unstoppable right now, extending the streak to 4 straight. It's a familiar result given how they've performed in 1,000 previous encounters. Mist puts an end to that run, quickly picking him off the ramp. A strong showing from the lower rated player here. We are deadlocked again, a total stalemate at 4-4. The momentum has shifted after that last 13-11 clash they had. What a fight! Ignis barely comes out alive in a brutal trade, reclaiming the lead. He's definitely feeling the pressure of those narrow escapes. Ignis just keeps finding a way to win these, controlling the flow from the ramp. He's certainly justifying that higher ranking today. Another clean sweep for Ignis, firmly reclaiming control as we head toward the break. He's had a really tough run with 15-21 overall today. Ignis takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as expected here. He's playing with a lot of confidence and looks every bit the stronger player. Let's see how Mist handles the switch. What a frantic exchange! He somehow survives that trade with almost nothing left in the tank. He's really capitalizing on the upper hand in this series. Ignis is showing a lot of grit today, having survived 3 different rounds with a critical low of under 30 health. It's impressive considering his overall record today hasn't been the strongest. He's really focusing his energy on this specific match to pull ahead. Ignis is cruising right now, leading 10-6. The lower ranked player is starting to claw back into this. He simply doesn't miss, erasing his opponent off that ramp to stay hot. He's really making a case for himself as the underdog here. Ignis outplays him in a battle on the ramp to move 1 step closer to victory. He's firmly in control now after that earlier victory today. Ignis is just 1 step away from the map after cleaning up from the Tetris. The favorite is simply too sharp today. And that's it. Ignis closes it out with a perfect finish to take the whole series. He just completely owned the pace today, proving why he's historically been the nightmare matchup for Mist. Aster enters this match with a huge historical advantage, leading the head-to-head 208-141. He's usually the one in control when these two meet, so it's not surprising to see him take the opener. I'm curious to see if Ignis can break that trend early on. Aster's pushing the lead, but Ignis is hanging tough. He's clearly in form with 26 wins today. Aster is really starting to pull away here, putting a lot of pressure on Ignis early on. He's looked solid today with that 26-9 record. Unbelievable survival. He barely held on through that brawl to keep the streak alive. A stark contrast to Ignis' recent win against Mist. He's absolutely owning this server right now, taking another easy win to keep the momentum swinging. Absolute shutdown. He's simply too fast for his opponent right now. He's simply outclassing his opponent, bringing the count to 6 straight. A tough spot for the number 27 ranked player right now. Ignis manages to get a round back, putting up a fight. He needs to dig deeper to climb toward that top 10 spot. Goodness, he nearly goes down, a frantic exchange that left him with a sliver of health. Aster is showing exactly why he's top 10 in our rating with a dominant lead. It's clear he's far more comfortable in these high pressure situations than Ignis is. He's simply playing the role of the favorite right now. Aster takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. Well, the pre-match favorites are really struggling here. Ignis looked like the one to beat, but he's just getting run over by the top 10 talent. It's becoming a rout. Ignis is just completely unable to find any answers for Aster's speed. Looking like a complete mismatch compared to their previous battle. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange and is now just one round away from the victory. A sharp reaction from Ignis to keep himself in this game. A clean side picture there to get back on the board. And there it is, Aster closes the show with a perfect final shot to secure the series. A complete blowout on Orange. He's just looking way too sharp for anyone to handle today. Aster holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, having won about 70% of their previous meetings. It's clear why he was the heavy favorite coming into this. He's just looking to maintain that psychological edge right from the start. Aster is really rolling now with a commanding 2-1 lead. Mist is putting on a real show here, completely flipping the script on this early exchange. Things are looking very different than we expected from the rating gap. Absolutely ruthless. He's just completely taken over this match. He's simply not letting up, extending the streak to 4. His recent loss to Ignis didn't seem to shake his confidence at all. He's simply untouchable right now, making that look effortless. A really tough spot for the higher rated man right now. He's completely taking over this map, moving to a 6-round streak. The disparity in their all-time win rates is completely irrelevant right now. Aster finally finds a way to answer back, securing a quick point. The momentum is shifting as he makes this look easy to narrow the gap. He's definitely starting to look like that favorite we expected. Mist is currently playing some of the best series of his career against the higher ranked men, and honestly, it's a complete reversal of their typical head-to-head dynamic. He's proving that the skill gap on the ladder doesn't always translate to an automatic victory. Mist takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is just outclassing Aster right now. He's comfortably in the driver's seat despite the rating difference. Mist continues his search to reach a dominant 9-4. The disparity on the ladder is really not playing a role here. Mist is just cruising along with a 10-4 lead. The top 10 ranking isn't doing him any favors right now. He's back in full control now, putting together a 3-round run to really separate himself. That's a lightning fast finish for Mist, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He manages to claw one back, refusing to just hand over the game. A desperate attempt to find some footing in this series. He's fighting back with another point, but he's still facing an uphill battle to stay alive. He's definitely playing with more poise now than he was earlier. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange, keeping the streak alive in a desperate fight. Total panic from the server leader after that trade. What a statement! Mist closes the door and seals the victory. He's just completely outplayed his opponent today, completely erasing a massive gap in the ranks. Ignis has a huge historical advantage here, winning about 60% of their lifetime encounters, and it's clearly weighing on Mist, who struggled in their last meeting just a short while ago. This is a tough mountain to climb for him right now. Mist has flipped the script and leads 2-1. He's definitely shaking off the rust from his tough run today. He's just completely taken over this match with another huge sequence. A complete turnaround from his heavy loss to Ignis on red line. He's just not letting up, adding another effortless win to the tally. His higher rank isn't helping him keep control here. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing another victory to push his lead even further. He cleans him right off the ramp to keep this incredible run going. Ignis is really feeling that early setback from his recent clash with Aston. Absolutely absurd reflexes. He's now 7 rounds deep into this surge. He's really making the most of his second match today. Ignis finds the opening and finally manages to break that momentum. Still, a steep hill for him to climb against the higher seed. The current scoreline is completely ignoring the fact that Ignis has won about 60% of their total meetings. It's a staggering shift in momentum from how these two usually match up. It really looks like Mist has found the perfect counter for him today. Mist takes a commanding 8-4 lead. This is a total shocker given their history. Ignis should be controlling the map, but he's simply being outplayed right now. Time for a total reset. Mist holds a firm grip with a 3-round cushion. The higher rated player is starting to push back. He's continuing the climb, showing real grit as he puts together 2 straight wins. This is exactly how the pre-match predictions looked. Mist stays in total command at 9-6. He looks much more confident than he did during that loss on Redline. Unbelievable. He manages to scramble out of that chaotic fire with a sliver of health left. His heart must be racing after a narrow escape like that. Mist is cruising now, holding a solid 10-7. He is definitely showing why he's seated slightly higher on the ladder. The pace of these exchanges is just blinding, and it's really favoring Mist right now. What a scrap! Ignis barely walks away from that exchange with practically nothing left in the tank. He's definitely starting to push back against the pressure. That's a spotless win for Ignis, who continues to claw his way back into this fight. The momentum is finally shifting toward the pre-match favorite. He's simply refusing to back down, picking up another effortless round to tighten the gap. An absolute shutout as he levels the playing field at 11-all. This is a total reset of the board for both players. He stops the momentum swing right here and puts the pressure back on Ignis. A quick, efficient exchange to regain a slim lead. What a conclusion! He closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He's really fighting against the current to bring home this one. Ignis pushed him to the absolute brink in those final rounds. What a fight! Aster holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 209 wins. It's a massive gap that suggests he usually has the answer for this opponent. We'll see if he can recover that dominance after a slow start today. Ignis is running away with this, leading 2-1. Ignis is capitalizing on this momentum regardless of the odds. The momentum has completely shifted back and forth. We've got a total deadlock on our hands. That top quartile skill is starting to show through. Ignis has clawed ahead to a 3-2 lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to end the round. Ignis is simply dominating here, extending the lead to 4-2. The floodgates are open now, and he's just completely taking over this set. It's a complete role reversal from that 13-3 blowout we saw earlier. He's just untouchable right now, securing another victory to push that gap even wider. He's really shaking off those recent losses today. Just absolute perfection from that side, taking a 5th straight round without even breaking a sweat. Absolute nightmare for the top seed in this series. He's just in total control, sweeping his way to a 6-round streak. The gap in the ratings is essentially non-existent right now. Finally, Aster manages to clear him off the ramp and hold that run. He's finally starting to lean on that superior individual rating. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite should. Aster will need to tighten up to avoid falling too far behind here. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Aster is putting some serious pressure on him now, taking control of the ramp for another point. He is definitely starting to look like the rank 12 player. Ignis has found a way to negate the skill gap today, holding a strong lead despite that rank 30 placement on our ladder. It's a surprising turn for a player who has historically struggled to keep up with Aster's pace. He'll need to maintain this focus to close it out. Aster is digging in, fighting through a tough deficit with a high ground victory here. The higher rated player is slowly trying to claw back into this. Ignis is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. The experience edge is starting to surface here. Aster is simply on fire, walking away from another flawless encounter to keep this surge going. He's absolutely steamrolling now, taking the 4th straight to bring the score within 1. It's almost like we're seeing the original matchup dynamic return. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us all the way back to a dead heat. A complete 180 from where we were 5 minutes ago. Ignis quickly shuts that down and takes the lead back. He's really fighting the odds in this set. He's back in charge and a single round away from ending this. It's a tough spot for the pre-match favorite to find himself in. Aster refuses to go down without a fight, clearing him off the ramp to stay alive. He's keeping the dream alive with that critical hold. Absolute purity from Aster to bring this set level, forcing a deadlock. The pressure is truly equal now for both of them. Aster is just unstoppable right now, completely cleaning up that exchange to seize the lead. The momentum is swinging wild as we hit this final stretch. He's totally took over this series, holding the ramp with an absolute crush of momentum. This is exactly how the pre-game projections looked. Ignis shuts down the momentum, picking him off from the boxes to tighten the score. A quick response from the underdog to keep things tense. A brutal sequence of rounds, and now Aster is just one step away from completing the comeback. A high-stakes battle that truly lives up to the rankings. What a fight. Aster survives by a whisker to complete an incredible comeback victory. Ignis played out of his mind for a huge chunk of this set, but he just couldn't seal the deal against that kind of resilience. He really had his back against the wall. Hard-fought win. Aster comes out swinging and makes quick work of Mist on that ramp. Aster has managed to win 70% of their meetings historically. It's a long history between these two, but the tide seems to be shifting towards Mist lately. This really comes down to who can keep the momentum through the early rounds. Aster is dominating right now, holding a commanding 3-1 lead. He's showing exactly why he's sitting in the top 10. This is turning into a real toss-up. Aster had a tight grip on this series, but Mist is quickly narrowing that gap. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece now. The gap in ratings isn't playing a role right now. He's completely taken over this half, strolling to a 3-round streak. He is really making that heavy favorite tag look meaningless. A quick response from Aster, securing that round instantly. Aster is really putting the pressure on here, picking Mist off the ramp to keep that lead growing. He is certainly playing his way back to that top 10 spot. He's absolutely on fire now, powering through to a 3rd straight round. He is definitely looking like the stronger man today. Unreal. Both players went trade for trade on the ramp, but he barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly the kind of close contest the analysts predicted. Both guys are fighting for every single point, and it's anyone's game heading into the second half. Let's see who blinks first. Mist is really leaning into this streak, showing a lot of speed with those quick rounds on the ramp. He's definitely shaking off that earlier loss to Ignis. Aster quickly shuts that down, pulling the plug on Mist's little run from a distance. Mist finally steps ahead, holding a slim 8-7 advantage. Mist is putting together a really strong run right now, and frankly, he's looking completely unfazed despite the historical gap between these two. I wonder if Aster can actually find a way to settle back into the rhythm he's known for. Aster looks sharp, reacting instantly to secure another point. The favorite is finally starting to find an answer. He secures another point from the ramp, keeping this climb within reach. The seed is starting to show some real teeth now. Mist manages to secure the upper hand from the toolbox, putting a real dent in Aster's attempt to claw back. Aster keeps the pressure on with a completely clean shot, refusing to let the lead slip further. A huge shift from how the early game looked. A blink and you miss it, shot puts Mist on match point. The underdog is suddenly in the driver's seat. He isn't going down without a fight, taking out Mist from the ramp to force another round. What a way to force a deadlock. He just brushed Mist off the ramp to send this deep into overtime. Everything is back on the line for this overtime finish. What a surge from Aster. He closes the gap and puts himself in control with another effortless kill. Just a glimpse of the class difference we expected from the start. A lightning fast response from Mist to even things up in the extra frame. Mist is just an absolute blur right now, catching Aster on the ramp before he could even react. Pure chaos for the higher rated player right now. He is simply untouchable right now, taking control of this set with another huge victory. The pressure is clearly getting to him at the worst possible time. Aster shows incredible grit to stay in this, finally pulling the opponent off that ramp. He's fighting to prove that original seed wasn't a mistake. Game over. Mist closes it out with a perfect final push from the ramp. It's an incredible result considering the history here. He just completely broke through Aster's defenses when it mattered most in overtime. What a fight! Ignis has clearly owned this rivalry over time, leading the head-to-head series with 746 total round wins. But it's interesting to see him fighting back now after that recent loss to Mist. He'll want to use this momentum to flip the script for the rest of the map. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The favorite is managing to stay composed here. Ignis is starting to build a serious cushion here. He's looking very comfortable as he pushes further ahead. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another round without taking a single point of damage. Another effortless win for Ignis, whose grip on this game is tightening by the second. A complete shutout. He just cannot be stopped right now. His recent slump is completely absent from the server. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up his 6th straight win. A nice way to bounce back from those losses to Aster. He's just completely in control, extending that streak to 7 straight. The favorite is really making a statement with this run. What a fight! Mist barely survives a frantic exchange to hold his ground from the box. That was a nerve-wracking finish for the underdog. Ignis puts that little rally from Mist to a stop, shutting him down right there on the ramp. He looks far more consistent than his latest run of games suggested. Ignis heads into the break with a commanding 10-2 lead. Everything is playing out exactly as expected. He's looking sharp, and Mist is just struggling to keep up with the pace. Mist needs to find some answers. Mist has been playing an incredible brand of Counter-Strike lately, boasting a 70% win rate over his last 10 maps. Well, that confidence is starting to bleed into this series. It will be interesting to see if he can actually turn this into a real comeback. Ignis just needed one clean round to shut down that mini rally from Mist. A tough day so far for him, with a 14-22 record. That was an intense brawl, but he comes out on top to put himself one round away from the victory. His raw talent is really showing through this series. A crisp response from the underdog to keep the hope alive. He's definitely showing why he's higher on the ladder today. Another clean victory from the ramp to keep the fight going. This is starting to look like a dangerous spot for the favorite. Game over, Ignis finishes him off with a perfect shot to secure the match. He's back in the winner's circle now, proving that his dominance on red line is still very much alive. Aster claims the high ground for a fast opening lead. Aster holds a huge historical lead over the course of 300 plus matchups. It's clear he's usually the stronger presence in these fights. Now we have to see if Ignis can actually maintain the early parity. Ignis is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 cushion. He's definitely making the most of his 15-21 run today. He's completely taking over the match, securing a third straight victory. A tough start for the higher rated player in this series. Aster answers back immediately with a perfectly clean shot. He's already looking a lot more comfortable after those first few rounds. Ignis keeps the pressure on with a 4-2 lead. It's a different story than their last meeting on Blame Mappas. Ignis is running away with this, leading 5-2. Rarely do we see a gap this big on the ladder hold up like this. Another fast kill for Ignis as he completely shuts down any hope of a comeback. He's really putting that 12 ranking to the test. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another rapid win. He's simply not letting up, extending that run to 5 straight rounds. He's really turning the tables on the projected favorite. He's simply untouchable right now, taking 6 in a row as we approach the halfway mark. He's just making this look way too easy right now. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, he's really playing up to his status as the favorite here. Aster needs to shake things up quickly if he wants to get back in this. Time to see if Aster awakens. Aster has put up an impressive 23-11 record over the last day. You know, he's clearly entering this stretch with way more confidence than Ignis. He's finally starting to exert the pressure we expected from a top 12 player. Ignis is looming large with a commanding 10-5. A look at their history shows the number 12 seed usually finds a way. Ignis is just not letting the door open for Aster to get anything going right now. That's a huge shift from his last encounter against Aster. Just a flick of the wrist and he's practically done it. The pressure is clearly getting to the guy who started as the favorite. Aster manages to dig deep for a crucial round, denying a quick finish. He had to fight for every single bit of health in that one. What a finish! Ignis closes it out with a flawless final sequence to secure the victory. He really just dismantled everything Aster tried to put together today. A massive result for the lower seed here. Aster has dominated this rivalry with 267 total wins. Well, but Mist has completely flipped the script in their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if the higher rated player can reclaim his habitual control. Total control from the early lead. He's simply too fast for the opposition right now. He's just outclassing the opposition right now, putting up a perfect score. A shocking start for the higher rated player. A tough exchange here, but Aster manages to edge out the win. He's definitely leaning into that experience advantage here. Mist is cruising along with a commanding 5-1 lead. The top half seed is really struggling to find answers here. Looking at the long-term data, Aster usually finishes 70% of these encounters on top, but that historical superiority is completely absent from this specific server today. We're seeing a total role reversal in real time. Mist is really putting the pressure on with a 6-3 lead. Aster is certainly looking to bring that number 13 ranking into play. The momentum has shifted completely as he secures another effortless victory. The gap is closing rapidly now. He secures another win as we approach the break. Mist is really capitalizing on that confidence from their last encounter. Mist takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's a clean start for the slight favorite. He looks very comfortable in these positions right now. Time to see a response. Mist just pushes his lead to 9-4. The rating gap is certainly not playing a factor here. Aster claws one back, bringing it to 9-5. His current 23-12 record over the last day shows he can push through. Aster is putting on a clinic now, pulling him right off the ramp for another quick win. The higher seeded player is starting to claw his way back. He's absolutely on fire right now, picking up another flawless victory to keep this surge going. He's looking a lot sharper than he did at the start. An incredible display of grit, keeping this momentum alive to bring the score within one. Squeezing the life out of this match now. Unbelievable! He has completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. He's simply too strong right now, extending this incredible run to 6 straight wins. The gap in experience is starting to feel like a chasm. Pure resilience on display as he manages to secure a 7th straight victory. This is precisely the kind of results we expected from the seedings. Absolutely untouchable right now, he's just 1 round away from completing this miracle comeback. What a finish! He closes the door with a stunning reversal to claim the map. He just refused to go down today, digging deep to secure that victory. A tough way to end it for Mist. What a fight! What a start. Mist scrapes through that absolute brawl to take the opening round. Unreal, he barely survives that slugfest from the ramp to keep the streak alive. A tough look for the favorite right now. Ignis has won about 60% of their career meetings, and looking at the way he's playing right now, that psychological edge is clearly present. He's already beaten Mist earlier today in a different duel, so the pressure is really shifting onto Mist to prove this one is a different story. He just can't find an answer for the speed right now. 3 in a row. Mist puts a stop to that run, securing the kill from the ramp to even things up. The underdog is really stepping up to the plate here. Ignis clings to a thin lead, just barely ahead. Coming off an incredibly active day with 21 matches already. Absolutely frantic trade. He nearly went down, but manages to secure the kill by a hair. Ignis looks quite comfortable after that blowout win earlier today. Ignis still holds a narrow 1-round lead. He's fighting back after that dominant loss on red line earlier. We're all square now, 5 apiece for both players. He's fighting an uphill battle today across multiple maps. Pure superiority here. He takes complete control of the pace as the first half draws to a close. Mist holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, we definitely didn't see this coming. He's playing well above his usual level, and this looks like it could be a huge surprise result. Let's see if Ignis can bounce back. Mist has a 45% win rate on this particular map, so seeing him take a commanding lead is a massive shift from what we usually expect. He's really defied the statistics in this series, and now the pressure is completely on Ignis to find a way back into the game. Mist is absolutely cruising now with a free round cushion. The rank 30 Mist is simply not letting up right now. Mist just holds the high ground, picking Ignis off the boxes to really put some distance between them. Both players traded heavy hits, but he just came out on top to secure another win. A complete reversal from how their previous encounter went. A quick exchange of fire and Ignis manages to claim this one. Just a few spots higher on the ladder, but that gap is showing. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that exchange with his life. He is really clawing his way back into the conversation. He holds his nerve in that encounter, moving just a single step closer to victory. Game over, Mist closes it out with a decisive final blow to secure the victory. He really needed this one and came through, finally snapping that losing streak he's been fighting all afternoon. Esther enters this one with a 72% win rate on this map, which shows just how comfortable he is with these specific angles. It makes sense that he's looking sharp early on. Now we just have to see if he can keep up this pace against a player who has historically given him a lot of trouble. He just outreacted him off the box for a perfect start. The higher ranked player is certainly making his presence felt early. Ignis answers back immediately with an effortless kill, showing he isn't going to let his opponent run away with this. Another fast set of shots for Ignis, keeping the pressure high and cutting into that early lead. Aster still holding a firm 2-round cushion here. The rating difference is definitely playing a part in the current gap. Aster looks incredibly confident right now, especially since he's winning about 60% of their lifetime meetings. It's a significant historical advantage to have in his pocket. The real question is whether Ignis can flip the script like he did in their last encounter. Aster is firmly in control with a 3-round lead. The 13th spot on our ladder is looking very secure right now. Ignis catches him right off the ramp, showing a lot of grit to keep this series close. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Aster just shuts him down and clears him right off that box for another win. He's looking much steadier than in that 6-13 defeat earlier. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's really leaning into the underdog narrative here. He's fighting for a huge upset against the supposed favorite, and it looks completely possible right now. Time for the sides to swap. Ignis is starting to push back, finding the winning angle from the ramp to keep this close. The overall match lead is comfortably in the pocket for the higher rated player. Aster is really stretching this lead to 9-5 now. He seems completely untroubled by that earlier loss today. Ignis barely keeps his head above water at 6-9. He's fighting a tough battle as the lower ranked player here. The pace of these exchanges is just blistering. Neither player is giving an inch in these quick bursts. Ignis has been inconsistent across his sets today. Aster is cruising toward the finish at 10-7. It's becoming a real battle of wills for the lower seeded player. Ignis is refusing to back down, putting together another rapid burst to narrow this gap. That was a quick reset for Aster. He's managed to break Ignis' momentum and put himself right back in a comfortable position. He just needed that one. Aster is now a single round away from the victory. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a perfect final shot to take the series. He looked like the better man throughout, proving why he owns this map. He really played his way back into form. Aster holds a substantial lead in the head-to-head history, winning 70% of their career matchups, and that psychological edge seems to be sticking with him today. Let's see if Mist can actually close that gap. Mist is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. Despite the current lead, he's still playing the higher rated opponent here. Total control from Mist, who just wiped the floor with him to take a commanding lead. Aster answers back immediately, taking the fight from the ramp to cut the lead to 3-2. Aster is really starting to put the pressure on, trading those early rounds right back. He's definitely playing like the higher seeded player in this series. A completely untouched round for the favorite, who now takes a 1-round lead. He's definitely proving why he belongs in that top quartile right now. A lightning fast reaction from Mist to even things up. Aster edges ahead with a narrow 5-4 advantage. He's definitely capitalizing on that experience lead. Goodness, what a scramble. He barely claws his way out of that exchange to take control of the map. He catches him right off the ramp to extend this streak to 3. He is just completely in control of the tempo right now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it looks like the underdog is actually proving he can handle the heat today. He's got a clear 68% win rate on Redline, so the numbers were always in his favor. Let's see if Mist wakes up. The momentum is shifting back toward the challenger. He's absolutely on fire right now, evening the series at 7-7. The favorite is now fighting a steep uphill battle. What a scramble! Aster manages to survive by a hair after a brutal brawl on the ramp. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. Mist keeps fighting and manages to knock him off the ramp, bringing us back to a deadlock. The odds were skewed so heavily in his favor going in. He's completely untouchable right now, securing another clean point to take the lead. Total confidence from the underdog as he takes full control. He is simply refusing to blink, claiming another round to keep this surge going. That's a huge swing in just a few minutes. Aster manages to trade back around, cutting the gap to 10-9. He's definitely playing like a man who knows he can win these. A flawless exchange here as he puts a huge dent in Aster's hopes. A lightning quick stop to keep the pressure high. We are seeing a real pattern of back and forth trades as they head into the final stretch. The pace is just electric right now. We're seeing these rounds end in the blink of an eye. An incredibly sharp reflex play puts Mist in a prime position to close this series. Unreal! Mist closes it out with a blistering shot to finish the comeback and take the series. He really fought through the noise today, especially since he's been struggling against this guy for years. Aster barely escaped a couple of those scrapes, but he just couldn't put the final nail in. What a fight!